Buongiorno a tutti I Presidenti, a tutte le
Good morning to all the presidents and members of delegation.
rappresentanti dell'Unione Europea nei negoziati sui trattati.
The topic, as we are discussing today, is the role of European Union parliaments in the negotiations on international treaties. This is something which I stressed as becoming very important in the political exchange. And also there is a concern on the transparency of the negotiations of international treaty, the availability of the information concerning them. And this is an issue which is of particular relevance in the negotiations on three important negotiations of the Union, TTIP, the CETA, and the TISA, which have a very broad scope, and they deal with very sensitive issues, not just from an economic standpoint and the effects they can have on the prospects for production in the EU economy, but also in relation to the safeguard of fundamental rights. The process of negotiation of an agreement remains essentially an intergovernmental activity because of the prevalent role of the Council, even above the role of the European Commission. Therefore, it seems necessary that parliaments be given the widest access to information on negotiations underway, so as to be able to express their positions on negotiations and not see their tasks limited to ratification, which is limited to the acceptance or the rejection of the text without the possibility of having any impact on content. In light of these considerations, the discussion we are holding could allow us to develop a debate on two areas, whether and to what extent we consider the instruments and the procedures which our parliaments have adequate and satisfactory for accurate and prompt and timely oversight of the progress of negotiations relating to EU treaties of particular importance, as the ones which I mentioned, and secondly, how we can ensure ongoing and prompt information to national parliaments on the part of European institutions on the progress of negotiations, making use of the potential in the Lisbon Treaty and also political dialogue. Today's session will be opened by Martin Schulz, President of the European Parliament, followed by Anoushka van Miltenburg, President of the Chamber of Representatives of the Netherlands, Pascal Lamy, President Emeritus of the Jacques Delors Institute, and Rosa Pavanelli, Secretary General of Public Services International. After the speaker's statement, which I would like to ask the speakers to keep to 12 minutes each, the discussion will be open. Following our custom, each of the discussants will have a time allotted to them based on the number of requests for the floor and the need to allow speakers adequate time to respond. And therefore I'd like to ask our colleagues who wish to take the floor during the discussion to fill in the request form and which has been distributed and handed in as soon as possible if they wish to take the floor. And I'd like to give the floor to Martin Schulz, President of the European Parliament. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you very much for this unique opportunity to address my dear colleagues, presidents of the national and the European Parliament here in this important and prestigious chamber. I would never could imagine that I had a chance to address audience in the Camera dei Deputati, and especially on the place of Angelino Alfano. I don't know what Silvio Berlusconi would say that Alfano now lets his place to Martin Schulz. Ladies and gentlemen, governments negotiate and conclude international treaties, and when the work is done, parliaments ratify the treaties. That is the classical division of labor. But we all know things have changed, and in today's world, parliaments don't stop their work at the national borders anymore. Parliaments have to think about the consequences of international events. And because the borders between what is decided nationally and internationally are blurring, whether they are about trade, data exchanges or strategic partnerships, many international treaties have consequences on national policies and practices. They should therefore be a concern for parliaments from the moment negotiations start until their final conclusion and implementation. Therefore, I find it right that the title of this working session is "The Role of Parliaments in Negotiations on International Treaties," and not only on the ratification of those treaties. The European Union can negotiate and conclude international treaties that bind its institutions, institutions of the Union, and binds the member states in fields for which the EU is competent. If the competences are shared with the member states, we speak of so-called mixed agreements. I will later speak about a very important mixed agreement. Since the Treaty of Lisbon is in force, the Council must ask the European Parliament's consent to conclude an EU agreement once the Commission has negotiated a draft text. This means, strictly speaking, that the draft agreement which has been negotiated will be brought to the Parliament for a simple yes or no vote at the end of a process. But to avoid a no, the Council and the Commission are well advised to find out in advance what the wishes and sensitivities of the European Parliament are. That is why our treaties also provide that the European Parliament must be immediately and fully informed at all stages of the procedure. It is Article 218 of the treaty. That means, firstly, that the European Commission comes regularly to the relevant parliamentary committee to update its members on the state of play of negotiations, and secondly, that draft negotiating texts can be consulted by members of the Parliament under the condition of confidentiality. The Commission had to learn this new way of working. As you will remember, in 2010, the European Parliament rejected the TFTP agreement, the so-called SWIFT agreement, on the transfer of banking data to the United States. This was quite a shock for the United States to learn about the new competences of the European Parliament, and perhaps for some members of the European Commission too. It was the expression of the fact that in today's world, executive powers, be it a national government or the European Commission, must take into account the will of the elected representatives of the people when concluding international treaties. In 2012, for the United States European Union PNR agreement on aviation passenger data, consultation with Parliament reached a new level, and after taking some genuine concerns into account, a rejection of that treaty could be avoided. A few months later, the Parliament rejected ACTA, the anti-counterfeiting trade agreement, which had been signed by the EU, by the Member States and 10 other countries. That decision was not taken lightly. Ladies and gentlemen, it followed an intensive, inclusive and transparent debate with civil society, business organizations, national parliaments and many other stakeholders. ACTA was negotiated by a group of industrialized countries in a process that provoked complaints for its lack of transparency. And I remember very well how much members of national parliaments called me in that time to assure that the European Parliament rejects ACTA because members of a national parliament felt as excluded from the process as members of the European Parliament. The European Parliament tried to redress this shortcoming. We organised workshops, seminars and other meetings with representatives of the civil society and all other involved in the debate. We wanted to listen and to learn about the concerns of people. I myself talked on several occasions with activists and on several occasions in so-called online chats. At that time, ladies and gentlemen, if you allow to add this to our debate, I noticed something fascinating. The debate on ACTA was demonstrating the existence of a European public opinion that transcended national borders. All over Europe, people were engaged in debates and protests. The mobilization of public opinion was unprecedented. For negotiations on the EU trade agreement, it is now standard practice that the Commission shares information with the Committee on International Trade in my Parliament on a regular basis. For very complex negotiations like those on TTIP, the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, written information is even accessible under certain conditions to all members of the European Parliament. Here I want to commend the transparency shown by the current Commission, for instance, in obtaining the declassification by the Council of negotiating mandates and directives for TTIP and TISA, this is the Trade in Services Agreement, and in publishing textual proposal. Given the intense, sometimes passionate public debate, this helps people to judge for themselves based on facts what is going on. Apart from being informed, the European Parliament has also developed the possibility of making recommendations to the negotiators. For important and complex negotiations, this can even be done several times, not only for TTIP, also for other agreements. For the TTIP negotiation, ladies and gentlemen, the European Parliament first gave recommendation at the beginning of the process, before the Commission even received its negotiating mandate. And now the negotiations are well underway. Since yesterday in New York for a 9th round, the European Parliament is about to come with further recommendations in June. The TTIP example also shows how important it is to keep information flowing between national parliaments and the European Parliament, because in some member states the public debate on TTIP is particularly intense and national parliaments have adopted positions regarding the negotiations. If TTIP turns out to be a mixed agreement, and I'm quite sure that it will happen, both national parliaments and the European Parliament will have to scrutinise it, each according to our specific constitutional roles. In such a case, it is important that parliamentarians from all over Europe stay in touch with each other and base their positions on the same facts and information, even if they may draw different conclusions from those facts. In doing so, parliaments can show that they can convey the will of their electorate, the European citizens, in a responsible and constructive and complementary way in cooperation between national parliaments and the European Parliament. We in the European Parliament are taking extremely serious the responsibility and the expectation resulting from the Treaty of Lisbon and intend to develop our role in international agreements to the full. And we look forward to enhancing the parliamentarian dimension together between us and you, dear colleagues of the national parliaments. As the President of the European Parliament, I am committed to dialogue with citizens and to making Europe more democratic and understandable. Today's economy is a global economy. Flows of information, capital, services, goods and persons do not stop at national borders anymore. Rules agreed internationally increasingly affect what we find in our plates, our fundamental rights, our legal systems, or in the standards according to which we produce goods and provide services. Our job is to ensure that democracy and accountability grow in step with this globalization. A growing role of parliaments in negotiations on international treaties, to me, is an expression of the necessary globalization of democracy. And whether or not our executive like this, it has already started to happen. And I think also our conference here and the item we discussed shows that it is already on the way. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you. President Schulz. Now I'd like to give the floor to Anushka van Miltenburg, who is the President of the Chamber of Representatives of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to talk about the national parliamentary dimension of the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, also known, or maybe better known nowadays, as TTIP. After the interesting presentation of President Schulz, I would like to take this opportunity to highlight an example of the way in which the combined efforts of national parliaments to influence European policy making can be successful. This happened in the case of the trade negotiations between the EU and the United States. A few weeks ago, a surprising press release circulated on Facebook, according to which Commission President Juncker announced that all TTIP negotiations would be cancelled immediately due to the great public opposition on this subject. Although this turned out to be a well-executed April Fool's hoax, it shows how much the EU-US trade talks are subject to public debate these days in many European countries. In the Netherlands, being a trade nation, TTIP has been under close scrutiny in the Tweede Kamer, the House of Representatives, since the start of the negotiations in July 2013. Particularly the role of national parliaments in the ratification procedure remains unclear. This does not contribute to the public support of such an important deal that affects so many sectors. It is important to involve national parliaments in this discussion. After all, if national politicians partake in these debates in their own capitals, and with them the national media, it is more clear to the public that these deals are not made in the dark corners of Brussels policy making, but open to everyone who wants to have a say. Therefore, regarding the scope and major importance of TTIP, the Tweede Kamer considers this to be a so-called mixed agreement, which means that all member states, and not just the European Parliament and Council, should ratify the agreement. This secures an explicit role for national parliaments to assess the outcome of the negotiations, and therefore also provides a better information position during these trade talks. In the current framework, however, the question of whether a trade agreement is mixed or not is not just decided until after the deal has been concluded. And that is why the Tweede Kamer decided to draw up a letter to the Trade Commissioner, Karel de Gucht, at the time, asking him to consider comprehensive trade agreements such as TTIP as mixed agreements at the start of the negotiations. And this letter was co-signed by 21 other chambers of national parliaments in a constructive process, for which we made use both of the parliamentary representations in Brussels and the COSAC meeting last June in Athens to gather support. Mr. de Gucht responded in October last year. He stated that while he was confident that TTIP would be a mixed agreement, given its comprehensive nature, this could not be concluded until afterward. 2 weeks after sending this letter in October 2014, the European Commission decided to request an opinion of the EU Court of Justice on this matter. Taking the trade agreement with Singapore as an example, the court is asked to bring clarity which provisions of this free trade agreement will fall within the EU exclusive or shared competence and which remain in the member states' remit. Although it will take quite a while before the court will present its opinion, I think it's safe to conclude that our letter, all chambers, to Mr. de Gucht has contributed to his request to the Court of Justice to solve this ongoing difference of opinion between the Commission and the Council and national parliaments on the interpretation of the Lisbon Treaty. What can we learn from this example? Firstly, that the political dialogue, as introduced by President Barroso in 2006 to reinforce the European policy-making process, and which we will talk about in the next session, can take on several forms and procedures. It is up to us as national parliaments to help shape this instrument to ensure an efficient and effective way of communication with the European Commission. Secondly, vital to this success story is that national parliaments found each other quickly, both on the level of parliamentary representations in Brussels as informally during COSAC meetings. And thirdly and finally, I believe that we need this kind of concrete cases to sharpen the debate on the role of national parliaments can play in European decision-making. If we only discuss this theme at an abstract level, we risk writing beautiful reports and statements about the way things should be without actually moving forward. I firmly believe that the ball is in our court. We ourselves are the ones that can make interparliamentary cooperation work. Several ideas and initiatives are being developed recently, and we hope to enhance this interparliamentary cooperation during our upcoming EU presidency, the first half of 2016. By way of start, we yesterday signed a trio declaration of upcoming EU presidencies together with our colleagues from Slovenia and Malta. In that declaration, we stressed the pivotal role of national parliaments to ensure democratic legitimacy of the functioning of the EU and to bring the gap between EU decision-making and citizens in Europe, to bridge the gap, of course. We also pledge to strengthen the effective cooperation between our national parliaments. Trade agreements can have a great impact on the everyday life of all European citizens. And I am very pleased that the TTIP negotiations have given rise to much debate in many member states. It shows that people know what is going on and care about the outcome. National parliaments have an important role to play in this debate. We have taken the first steps in this political dialogue with the European Commission, but I am confident that this dialogue will continue, not only regarding TTIP, but on trade agreements in general. Let's work together to ensure that our dialogue with the Commission is both constructive and effective. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you, Madam President. And now I give the floor to Pascal Lamy, President Emeritus of the Jacques Delors Foundation.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam President. As the previous speakers have, I would like to devote my comments to the role of the European Union in the negotiations on TTIP and other treaties. As other international treaties, the trade negotiations where mutual benefits are sought and not normal legislative instruments, but unlike other international treaties, they do raise specific political problems. And in the case of the European Union, the interaction of national parliaments and the European Parliament raises some specific and very complex institutional issues. And if you look at this issue from the three angles of diplomacy, politics, and institutional relations, things are quite complex. First of all, from the diplomatic standpoint, like other international treatments, the Treaty on Trade only takes effect after there is the signing of the treaty, which is not an ordinary legislative act, because the text submitted to a vote cannot be amended, and therefore members of Parliament only have the power to approve or to reject the text. Why this specificity? Because a treaty is based on a balance in the concessions given between the parties, and these concessions form a single set, and it's not possible to change specific points unless the whole package is renegotiated, and so legislators can't really intervene on single points. For example, the European Parliament recently approved a recent agreement between the European Union and Singapore, and as Martin Schulz said, an agreement with the Commission negotiated on counterfeiting and intellectual property was rejected. And from this point of view, the Union is in line with conventional parliamentary practice, and the only exception to that is the United States, because in the United States, because of constitutional dictates, members of Congress, every time a treaty is submitted to their attention, have to adopt a specific procedure which involves, before decisions, relinquishing their right to any amendments. So this is the diplomatic viewpoint. Let's look at the political position. Trade treaties have very significant political sensitivities. Why is this? Just to give you an example, for reasons which have been analyzed by Ricardo and Schumpeter, opening of trade leads to growth and greater prosperity, simply because pressure is exercised on producers of goods and services, and this pressure leads them to make a more efficient use of factors of production, and particularly what is most sensitive politically, which is labor and work. And in order to do this, consumer gains are achieved as a result of losses on the workers' side. So there are winners, which are consumers, and certain losers are losers, and the voice of the consumers is generally heard less than the voice of the workers who lose. This occurred in the past when opening of trade was based on a reduction to obstacles to trade, the aim of which was to allow producers to be effective, and this also applies in the current situation, where we're not speaking of measures to help producers, but differences in which the aim is to protect consumers. the standards, regulations, and safety procedures, banks, insurance, all these things are involved. And therefore, there is a political sensitivity and need for a political debate and transparency, which I would emphasize as the two previous speakers have. Transparency is even more important in when we're dealing with precautionary issues, even more than when we're dealing with issues of protection. And it's a very, very sensitive issue. It's very important for a very broad category of citizens who are concerned about the risks which might be engendered for them by a negotiation on precautions. And we can see the effect in the unrest around the TTIP. And I would say that the mistake which was committed initially by the European Commission and the US negotiators was to present this business as an old-fashioned trade agreement, as we had in the past, whereas in the case where it is a completely different endeavor. It's not a matter of trade agreements, but it's a matter of regulatory convergence in the area of precautions. And this does raise very specific problems and also requires a level of transparency which the community institutions initially, mistakenly in my opinion, neglected. And just a few words to wrap up on institutional issues. In the case of the European Union, the negotiation and approval of these agreements raises particular problems because of our imperfect federalism. And my mentor Jacques Delors called it a federation of national states. It is a federation from 1957 and the Treaty of Rome, and the common trade policy has been a federal responsibility attributed to the Union, and the perimeter of these powers has been extended gradually over time, starting with the customs union, then the common trade policy, and finally with the Lisbon Treaty, the also investment policy. It's the Commission which negotiates treaties for the Union on the basis of a mandate which has been approved by the two chambers, the Council, the European Parliament, and the result has to be approved both by Parliament, the Chamber of Citizens, and the Chamber of States of the Council. The Treaty of Lisbon has, quite rightly in my opinion, and it's a point of view which I've expressed a number of times when I was European Commissioner for Trade, Treaty of Lisbon has finally placed the two chambers, the Chamber of Peoples and the Chamber of States, on an equal footing with regard to oversight and approval of trade agreements. But this federation remains imperfect in that there are certain areas which are of national responsibility, including this famous problem of mixity, which Anushka van Miltenburg raised just now, which is the point I'd like to conclude on. In awaiting the decision of the Court of Justice to the request of the Commission with regard to the exact interpretation of the Treaty of Lisbon, with regard to the competencies of the European Parliament because of the federal responsibilities of the Union, and what remains as a residue, I would say, as national competence for parliaments. From my point of view, and this is a practical conclusion rather than a philosophical one, we need to have an effective task-sharing arrangement. And I don't believe, to be very honest, this might raise some discussion that juxtaposing a ratification at the Union and 28 ratifications in national parliaments is practical. It's a very cumbersome process. What happens if one of the national parliaments refuses an agreement, whereas The European Parliament has approved, the Council has approved, and 27 other national parliaments has approved. If just one single national parliament rejects the treaty, I think this is a very dangerous prospect, and it would be something which would undermine the international credibility of the Union. And therefore, I'm for task sharing. I think the European Union should undertake the classical, conventional task of a quasi-legislative process of approving the treaty, and I think national parliaments should deal with oversight, criticism, information, expression of opinions in an area which will require increasing transparency, as I was saying, because these are things which touch on the lives of citizens, and I think that's the direction we need to follow, and which we will need to follow increasingly as globalization will increasingly penetrate our economies and our societies, therefore, and our political areas and our democracies. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie, Presidente Lamy.
Thank you, President Lamy. And I'll give the floor to Rosa Pavanelli, who is Secretary General of Public Services International.
Merci. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And first of all, let me thank the Italy's Chamber of Deputies for inviting Public Services International at this session. As General Secretary of PSI, the Global Union Federation representing 20 million public services workers in 160 countries around the world, I'm very honored to be here and address you on this issue of the negotiation of international treaties. And I feel the responsibility to represent not only the point of view of the trade union movements and workers in the European Union and around the world, but also of the point of view of civil society organizations which are working with us on a strong alliance to raise awareness around these treaties, as President Schulz has just recalled. We believe that access to public services like healthcare, education, water, respect of the environment are an indispensable element of any fair and democratic society and a fundamental pillar of social cohesion. They have been, for a long time, a pillar also of the very famous and appreciated European social model. Our organization and our affiliates are very much interested in international trade agreements, in this new generation of trade agreements particularly, namely the TTIP and CETA that has been presented in the previous communication, but we would like also to raise awareness around TISA. It's true, as President Schulz and President Van Miltenburg has just said, that around TTIP in Europe there's a strong mobilization. Public opinion is very much active, as it is around CETA. And I'm proud to say that my organization has been the first to raise awareness around these treaties, these negotiations. But there's an unbelievable silence around TISA, and we need to open, to disclose the discussion around TISA as well. We do believe that these are the pillar of democracy, and you are the custody of democracy, both at national level and at European level. You are those who represent us as European people, European citizens, and you are mandated by us to represent what we need, what your society needs, what the European Union needs. I've been very happy to listen to the press conference of Madame Reding in January, when she made it clear that TISA will be an open process and that the European Union European Parliament will never mandate to negotiate on services like healthcare, like education and water in free trade agreements. I'm sure she was not lying, but then we had whistleblowers giving us leaks on the paper of the negotiation, and then we realized that it's true. There's no negotiation ongoing on healthcare services, but there are negotiations on trade in patients with this idea of bringing patients from one country to another, mainly countries where the working force is less costly, is cheaper, to get the health care they need. Is this the kind of European social model that we want to propose for the future? I don't think so. I don't think this will be the path that we need to pursue. On TTP, there's been just 2 days ago a demonstration around the world, all over Europe and all over the United States, that brought together thousands of people to protest and claiming for transparency. We are not against trade. We are in favor of trades that create good job, decent job with decent wages, in the respect of international labor standards, in the respect of the environment that is our world, our common home. But what is ongoing in TISA negotiation is no longer about trade and customs. As it has already been said, it's about something else. Transparency is a matter that has been raised to us. We had in September a meeting with the Congress representative in the United States. They told us that the members of the Congress have no access to the text of the negotiation on TISA. And this is why we think that we cannot have a blank mandate on TISA. We need to know as citizens, and you as European members of the parliaments, representative of the European citizens, need to open consultation to civil society and to social partners to better understand what we want. I don't want to raise here, because I'm sure you're very much aware about the consequences of the ISDS. What we fear, what we are very much concerned, is that will be a strong loss of nation sovereignty to private cards, as it will be a loss of sovereignty of parliaments in their legitimacy to regulate on public services. I would take the opportunity to ask you to think about the role and the mandate that you have, and open a confrontation, open a discussion, a consultation with civil society, both at the national and at European level. It will be very dangerous to assign to public, to the parliaments, simply the role to ratify or reject. Be aware of what is ongoing and share with us our aspiration and our expectation. Let me just take 1 minute, given that you gave me the floor, to recall you that it's not only about these new trade agreements, the concern that we want to express. There's many bilateral agreements that Europe is signing or is negotiating with Mercosur, with CELAC, with in the Europe economic partnership agreements with African countries. Make sure, please, that international labor standards and environmental standards are applied there. And make sure, please, that when the European Union signs a treaty, a bilateral treaty with countries, regulation that aim to contain the flows of migrants, as it happened with the Libyan agreement some years ago, and as it can risk to happen with the Eritrea agreement now, will no longer be in the treaty. We need transparency on that, and we owe this to the thousands of people who died in the Mediterranean every day, we must say, unfortunately. Thank you.
Grazie, Rosa.
I would like to thank Rosa Pavanelli, and this was the last of our morning speakers, and we can now move on to the debate. My suggestion is that we can give each colleague who has requested to speak 4 minutes. I have 4 requests, starting with the President of the Spanish Senate, Garcia Escudero. Over to you.
Thank you very much, President. Good morning to everybody. As you know, the Lisbon Treaty required that the European Parliament, European Commission, and national parliaments have the greatest participation in the process of participation process of European integration. However, it's probable to have an exponential influence of national governments in the decision-making process in the Union, fundamentally through the meetings of the European Council, where most of the important decisions on economic policy are taken, and which are marking the roadmap of the European Union. Therefore, we think it's necessary to strengthen the role of oversight of the European Parliament and of national parliaments, especially in order to guarantee transparency and the democratic legitimacy in the area of economic decision-making. This necessity for oversight on the part of parliaments is even more essential in the current moment when international treaties of great significance are being negotiated, like CETA and the TTIP between the European Union and the United States. This economic agreement between the United States and Europe is an opportunity for Europe if it effectively contributes in its final form to driving forward the economy and creating jobs and opportunities for peoples and companies, particularly SMEs. In the final analysis, it's a matter of strengthening transatlantic cooperation so that the United States and the European Union can better face the global challenges of our times and at the same time maintain high levels of protection for consumers with regard to health, safety and the environment, which have characterized the situation. The importance of the agreement is clear. Together, Europe and the US represent 47% of GDP worldwide and about a third of world trade flows. So we're speaking about the backbone of the world economy. And an agreement of this kind can serve to show a shared vision and a joint commitment on the part of Europe and the United States. For Spain, the transatlantic partnership is a priority. Our country is in favor of a broad and ambitious agreement. For this, even though we don't know the final terms of the agreement, we support the negotiating work undertaken by the Commission with the goal of achieving a positive outcome serving Spanish and European interests. The fundamental thing for Spain is that the agreement, apart from being beneficial for both sides, be balanced as a whole. And the 3 pillars of access to the market, regulatory access and global regulation be respected. Only an agreement with these conditions can be approved by the European Parliament, by national parliaments and the US Congress. And therefore, it is fundamental that there be a participation of parliaments in the political debate, promoting transparency of information. And it is important we be able to address questions to our governments on the state of the negotiations. The conclusions of the European Council of the 19th and 20th of March showed that member states and the Commission need to strengthen their efforts in order to communicate the benefits of the agreement and improve dialogue with civil society. We need to emphasize here that emphasize the policy of transparency published in the European documents on European positions and the need for access to documents of a restricted nature. National parliaments should also assist in this process, maintaining an active and informed position in with regard to negotiations. According to the treaties, even though the European Parliament does not take a direct part in the negotiations, it is called upon to give or refuse its final approval, and therefore this it is important to strengthen the position of parliaments for greater public transparency. In the final analysis, as we've said previously, decisions of economic policy which most affect citizens cannot be taken without supervision of national parliaments and the European Parliament.
Grazie, Presidente Garcia.
Thank you, President Garcia Scudero. Now we have the President of the Saima of Latvia, Inara Murnieca.
Dear colleagues, I'd like to give Latvia's presidency...
Sorry, I think your microphone doesn't work well. Would you mind to move on the seat? Yes. Okay, this one is fine. Sorry
Hopefully it will go better. Dear colleagues, I'd like to give Latvia's presidency viewpoint. Under the current developments, the negotiations on TTIP have special significance. Latvia sees geopolitical and economic value in TTIP, especially in a current political environment. And in this regard, we welcome Spain's position on TTIP. Speaking about TTIP, Latvian presidency actively supports European Commission, and we are looking forward to achieve substantial progress in talks in 2015. High-quality document should be prepared, and then it may serve as a model for the new generation of free trade agreements. Therefore, we actively engage the general public in the negotiations and promote maximum openness and transparency. We shall maintain high standards in the area of food security and public health, as well as include chapter on energy in the text of the agreement. Well, and for instance, the Latvian Parliament is closely involved in trade issues through its committees, discussing EU-Canada Treaty and TTIP agreements. While the national parliament's role should be increased in negotiating in international treaties, we should not forget about ratification, and it is very important. Here I would like to stress out, as a matter of urgency, ratification of the EU association agreements with Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia. As we are approaching the Riga Eastern Partnership Summit in May, it will be very soon, we want to send strong political signal to our partners in Eastern neighborhood that we value our relations. We welcome that the association agreements have been ratified by a majority of member states, and we encourage others to follow. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie.
Thank you very much. And now we will give the floor to the Deputy Speaker of the Polish Parliament, Greskacz. I hope I've pronounced this name correctly.
Szanowna Pani Przewodnicząca, ja w imieniu delegacji polskiej chciałbym...
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the Polish delegation, and I'd like to express my thanks for the excellent organization of this conference and the quality of the debate yesterday and the evening which you arranged, which was an opportunity to exchange important information. We should remember, ladies and gentlemen, that the European Union is an incomplete project, and the outcome depends not just on decisions in Brussels, but also the activities of partners beyond the boundaries of Europe. And therefore, with regard to international treaties, negotiated by the European Union autonomously. It is the European Union which takes the responsibility. We need to stress that all treaties need to take into account common interests. We should also stress that citizens of the European Union are aware of their rights and demand clear information, which might appear in the transatlantic treaty, transatlantic partnership agreement. We have a completely new prospect there. And it is important that national parliaments who are selected by civil society need to have a role of supervision, since in the Treaty of Lisbon, the support of national parliaments has been expressed clearly. This has to become reality, since national parliaments do not have the power to influence the shape of international treaties. The Union, which has specific responsibilities, should not hinder other possibilities of action on the part of national parliaments. Here, information is important. Therefore, we would like to suggest that national parliaments be able to respond to these requests in some way. We're convinced that national parliaments should be the source of information for civil society, making use of channels of cooperation with government with regard to issues under their responsibility. Therefore, we need to strengthen interparliamentary cooperation, which could be important both in ensuring greater transparency in the negotiation of treaties, but also support the role of national parliaments in transmitting information to the civil societies of the Union. Thank you.
Sì, grazie, Vicepresidente. Adesso...
Thank you very much. And now we will give the floor to the Speaker of the National Assembly of Hungary, Laszlo Kover.
Tisztelt elnök asszony, tisztelt hölgyeim és uraim! Ezúton szeretném köszönetemet kifejezni a szervezőknek, amiért ezt a napjainkban oly sokat vitatott.
Ladies and gentlemen, the organizers of this conference, thank you for having placed on the agenda of the conference issues of great importance. In general, we are in favor of strengthening the role of national parliaments and national sovereignty for the Union and for member states. The most important role is this one, the TTIP. Since the important that our parliaments have discussed the state of progress of the negotiation, and we have already devoted a day to the discussion on the floor, and therefore I think that it is necessary to guarantee maximum transparency with regard to this negotiation. For Hungary, the most important aspect is the content of the agreement. During the negotiation, it is fundamental that the member states can in some way follow the development of the content of these treaties closely. With regard to the conclusion of the agreement, we should not just stress the positive aspects, but the overall impact of the agreement, and therefore we need to have a balanced view of the advantages and disadvantages. Also to guarantee political support with regard to ratification. Hungary believes that it is important that TTIP agreements do not infringe national provisions, particularly with regard to social, environmental issues, health and safety, etc. Hungary shares the position expressed by a colleague from the Netherlands. We would like this agreement to be defined as a mixed agreement. This would not impair the credibility of the European Union. What is a problem, however, is the lack of respect of other international agreements. With regard, therefore, to this agreement, Hungary wishes to maintain the exemption on genetically modified of GMOs, and also the exemption on agricultural markers and the protection of geographical indication. Thank you, President Kova. And now, President of the Greek Hellenic Parliament, Sir Konstantopoulou, has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. It is important when we discuss this kind of negotiations not only to talk about what should be, but also to see what has been. And when it comes, I will talk about TTIP, with which I'm more familiar. When it comes to the negotiations for the TTIP, it has been proven that there was a choice by the European Commission for lack of transparency and for lack of information to the national parliaments and to the national societies and to the European societies. And that's a very, very problematic conclusion, given also the fact that the TTIP is an agreement through which Member States and the European community accept civil liability for policies which may affect the profitability of multinationals. It's very important to stress that the choice to keep negotiations secret and the very fact that it was not by choice, it was through social and international pressure that some of the documents were revealed, puts the stress on the need for more democratic legitimacy in such negotiations. I want to share with you a concern about the wording and the way this kind of international agreements are drafted. Sometimes this kind of agreements, in the same way as the memoranda, the infamous MOUs, give the impression that the parties are not countries, are not international organizations, are not supranational organizations, but rather they are companies. And we should remind ourselves, and we should remind those negotiating and those concluding these agreements that it's one thing to do politics and it's another thing to do business. So when it comes to the future, I would say that European Union parliaments should claim for themselves the democratic role which their constitutions and the European Union treaties and common texts accord to them. And I would say that it should be a very, very clear message to those negotiating that countries are not companies, the European Union is not a company. To conclude agreements which treat countries or the Union as a company is a very, very problematic strategy, which at the end puts people before unbearable circumstances, such as the circumstances before which the people of which the governments who concluded memoranda were put. Thank you.
Grazie, Presidente Constantopoulos.
Thank you very much. And now we have another request from the Speaker of the Irish Parliament, Sean Barrett.
Thank you, Madam President. Could I just say that the role of national parliaments in ratifying international treaties is essentially a legal issue and depends on the type of agreement or treaty which emerges from the negotiating process. However, the role of national parliaments in the negotiation phase is where the challenge lies, in particular in maximising the provisions of the treaty and the protocol on the role of national parliaments in the European Union. Early engagement using the established procedures for political contributions can be used to ensure the views of national parliaments are transmitted in a timely fashion. Recent experience in Ireland confirms the willingness of the Commissioners to engage with a range of stakeholders at national level, and there has been active engagement with the committees of the Houses of Parliament in Ireland, which is welcome and encouraged. In the context of the negotiation of international treaties, the Transparency Initiative of Commissioner Malmström in relation to TTIP and making public the EU negotiating text on the Commission website is very welcomed. Given the potential impact of international agreements, exchange of information between national parliaments is not only useful but very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And at this point, oh, sorry, there is another request for the floor. Luxembourg, Speaker of the Parliament of Luxembourg, Di Bartolomeo. Thank you very much. I will be very brief, Madam Speaker. First of all, I think that even if, from a legal point of view, this matter is not very clear, in other words, it is not clear to me whether these are mixed agreements or not. From a political point of view, we can already talk about mixed agreements. So in that case, I think we know where we stand. I would like to add, with respect to what Pascal Lamy said, that the loss of credibility has already occurred, and that in discussing matters in a transparent fashion, in convincing our populations of the potential gains, we can only regain the credibility that has been lost. In conclusion, I think that as members of Parliament, together with our friends in the European Parliament, we have to undertake to explain things to our voters. This is our responsibility. If we fail to do so, we might see certain agreements approved, but we would lose what remains of our credibility.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Di Bartolomeo. And this brings us to the end of our first session with the final remarks that our speakers might care to make. I will ask Mr. Schulz whether he has anything to say with respect to the debate that we've had.
In my eyes, it makes absolutely no sense to try to play European parliamentarism against national parliamentarism. When I became President of the European Parliament, I tried to introduce exactly that spirit in our debate, that we are not opponents We are partners and allies. And we have to put the executive organs of the European Union, the Commission and the national governments, and I ask your understanding when I say that 28 national governments represented in the Council are the strongest power in Europe. What they decide on Thursday, the heads of state and governments in the European Council, to which neither you nor me have access, this is decided in the European Union. To put them together with the Commission in a frame between national parliaments on one hand and the European Parliament on the other side, this must be our goal. And not to play with very nice words the interest of national parliaments and the European Parliament against each other. And therefore on TTIP, the mandate for TTIP, ladies and gentlemen, of the national parliaments, dear colleagues, the mandate for TTIP negotiations is adopted by the Council. The Council is composed by your national governments. I raise therefore the question, when did you discuss with your national governments the mandate of TTIP? You allowed them to define a mandate which was neither transparent nor effective. Therefore, I share absolutely the view of those who say, for example, for the annual growth survey, to get back to our conference on Article 13, or the country-specific recommendation, the annual growth survey, the guidelines on which civil servants of the Commission evaluate your national budgets before you in the national parliaments discuss the budgets. That annual growth survey is neither discussed in your parliaments nor in the European Parliament. Therefore, I share the view of the German Bundestag, who said, let's discuss in a conference on Article 13 that guidelines before the Commission adopts it. Because these guidelines are taken by the Council afterwards for the country-specific recommendation for every country. That makes transparency also for this country-specific recommendation, to put it on the agenda of our conference before the Council decides about this. This is, in cooperation between national parliaments and the European Parliament, the way in which we can open the windows and the doors, and to give parliamentarians first and then citizens access to look into the House in which far-reaching decisions are prepared and taken. Therefore, my appeal to all of us is, we act on the basis of the acting treaties. In the treaty, the responsibility for international trade relations was transferred on the European level. I have no doubt, and I conclude, President, I have no doubt that it is a mixed agreement. I think your governments are under the pressure to look for a mixed agreement. I'm a German, and I can tell you the German government on both parties, I belong to one of the parties in the coalition, will insist on that. And I presume it will be a mixed agreement. But if we have to submit the ratification of worldwide treaties, and I share the view of the President of the Spanish Senate, this is a secular event if we agree TTIP between the United States and the European Union. But to submit it under the ratification process of the European Parliament and 42 national chambers, good luck.
Grazie.
Thank you, Mr. Schulz, for your remarks. And now I would like to give the floor to the following speaker, Van Miltenburg, for the remarks you might care to make on this.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Schulz is a very smart politician, and he already gave some remarks on the next agenda item. I would like to keep myself to this specific item on TTIP and how to work together. I think what makes this discussion very clear is that the question whether national parliaments should take part in the discussion on a national trade agreement is not as much a discussion on a legal it's not as much a legal question as it is a political question. And in this, the European Parliament and national parliaments pull at the same end of the rope. We need to be informed, and it's a matter of political sense of the Commission to involve national parliaments, and to be involved, national parliaments need to be informed, and not being informed a little bit, and not only being informed through their ministers that take part in the discussions in the Council, but need to be informed directly. And we as national parliaments need to work together with the European Parliament to make sure that we have the same information, and if we don't have the same information, maybe we can make sure that we share the information that all members of parliament, whether they are a member of a national parliament or the European Parliament, need to scrutinize the talks and to make sure that the right things are being on the table of these negotiations, and the things that have not a lot of support in either the European Parliament or in national parliament should not be on that table. This is political sense for commissioners to make sure that in the end, if the Commission comes to an agreement with the United States, they want it to being adopted, whether it is in a national parliament or on the European Parliament. That will be decided in the end, but they need to have the support. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Adesso...
Thank you very much. And now I would like to call on Pascal Lamy. Thank you very much. I have three very brief remarks, and just as Martin Schulz and Anushka van Miltenburg have said, we have to strive to ensure that there is complementarity between the work of the European Parliament and national parliaments, not because of legal reasons, as Anushka pointed out. I tend to agree with Martin Schulz's view on the issue of mixed agreements. We know that this can be dangerous, risky, and could ultimately jeopardize the union in the process. But citizens have to play a role in terms of oversight, scrutiny, and must have access to the information for political and not for legal reasons. And this means that the European Commission must be more open and more transparent, and it must, more so than has been the case, make sure that there is enough information provided and enough data shared for precautionary rather than protection objectives. Furthermore, the possibility of treating companies like enterprises is, of course, interesting, but we must understand that we're not talking about investment and trade on the part of countries, but on the part of companies, and therefore this warrants a certain number of processes. Of course, this doesn't mean that we should not consider the impact of openness on the economies of our countries, but at the end of the day, we have to remember that corporations, companies will have to take the leading role and the responsibility for this. Furthermore, allow me to add that our European Union is a workshop for our future. We know that our future will require new, complex, challenging approaches to bring together globalization and democracy, economic and political matters, and therefore it is necessary to ensure that there is the possibility of embracing all of these aspects, guaranteeing democracy whilst, of course, reacting to the process of globalization. And as we see in other countries, as we see in other continents, we must remember that this debate we're having in Europe has an impact that goes way beyond European matters stricto sensu. We're actually talking about the future of democracy in the process of economic integration. Over to the Secretary General of PSI, Rosa Pavanelli.
Thank you very much. Well, I feel reassured by the fact that several criticism has been raised in this debate. I feel reassured by the words of President Schulz and many of you about the fact that civil society must be involved and the process must be open, as I think that it's time to unveil the true responsibility or the shared responsibility between national parliaments, European Parliament, national government and European Commission. There's a strong confusion that is often alimented by political parties not to respond to the responsibility that they really have. So with this debate, I feel confident that we can open a new phase that is not only releasing the text of the treaties that are under negotiation, but an open process at national and at the European level where civil society organizations and trade unions and workers will be heard. I think that, as the President of the Greek Parliament said, that this is no longer a matter of trade and customs. This is a matter of democracy. And shifting power from government and parliaments to companies will not be the solution for building a better world for the European citizens and for the citizens and workers of all the world. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Allora.
Thank you. Now, I think that we can wrap up this session. I would like to thank our speakers, and I also wish to thank all the colleagues who took part in this very interesting discussion. I think that we can say that different positions have been expressed, but I think that on one point we all agree, namely that there needs to be greater involvement of parliaments, more involvement and also more transparency through parliaments, so that the citizens of the European Union are informed, also because these treaties address important issues which also touch on the rights of citizens. So now we'll be having a coffee break, and we shall be resuming here at 10:45. Thank you.
Prova. Ok, io pure ti sento. A posto, provo pure l'altro. Aspetta, lo rimetto sul floor. Allora, prova. Vai. Ah. Devo mettere la cuffia. Non me lo fa usare questo. Vai? Ok, perfetto. Ok.
Simone, mi senti? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, prova Simone, Simone, prova 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 sul pannello quello a destra, mo provo pure quello a sinistra perché non so quale dei due si è piantato. Prova, prova, prova. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, prova, prova inglese, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, prova, prova, prova inglese. Prova inglese, prova inglese dal pannello 2, prova 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, prova, prova, prova.
Colleghi, riprendiamo.
Dear colleagues, first of all, we have to apologize for this delay. And after this coffee break, we are back for our next session. The topic is the discussion and possible adoption of the rules of procedure of the conference under Article 13 of the so-called Fiscal Compact, and discussion and possible adoption of the revision of the rules of procedure of the conference for the CFSP and the CSDP. I hope that there will be enough time to examine this documentation in order to complete our work. I would like to remind you that pursuant to Article 13, the Conference of the Speakers held in Nicosia on the 21st and 23rd of April 2013 had already identified the need for a structured conference, establishing in general terms its organizational and procedural profiles. As was pointed out yesterday, and paragraph 11, the conference at Nicosia had indicated the need to submit to the Conference of Presidencies of Speakers the conclusions of the said review of the Conference of Speakers of Union Parliaments in 2015. So the Conference of Speakers in Nicosia recommended conducting a review of these arrangements. Consequently, the practical arrangements of Nicosia were examined and discussed in detail in the course of a process that began with the first meeting of the conference held in Vilnius in October 2013 and which continued at the meeting in Rome. The conclusions have, in the form of a new draft, been submitted to all parties concerned in the month of December. A number of remarks and proposed amendments have been submitted. And before moving on, I would like to briefly dwell on the procedural matters that have been formulated when the conference adopted the agenda. The Italian presidency has listened with great attention the observations made by the Dutch delegations that were also supported by colleagues from the UK, Sweden, Poland and Ireland, and also took note of the position expressed by Vice President Tajani on behalf of the European Parliament and the comments made by our colleagues Lambertin and Bartolone, and the proposal for mediation put forward by the Speaker of the Parliament of Luxembourg, Di Bartolomeo, and we want to obviously fully respect the different positions that have been expressed and understand where these have come from. I would like to nonetheless reassure you that the outcome of our proceedings are the result of a very lively and rich debate which has taken place in the course of the last 18 months. And bearing in mind the consensus that has emerged on a number of important points, we can move on this towards trying to consolidate a consensus. Having obviously taken note of the proposal put forward by Mr. Di Bartolomeo, I would suggest that we take a step-by-step approach to try and identify guidelines and principles that will be the core of the conference, and in so doing, it will be possible for us to consider these as points on which consensus will have been reached. I think that such an approach takes into due account all of the opinions expressed, and I think that it can be a constructive approach. It would also avoid giving the wrong and unflattering image of a lack of unity and productivity and absence of significant progress in this area. On the basis of the document that has been circulated, I would like to invite you to examine these various points on which it is possible for us to reach consensus in this meeting. So, summarizing with reference to the various positions that have been expressed, we can list the key issues, i.e. the name and scope of the conference. The Troika meeting reached a substantial consensus position on the presidency's proposal, and the idea is that we make reference to the complete title of the fiscal compact, i.e. Treaty on Stability, Coordination and Governance, Economic Governance. And it would be pointless in trying to come up with creative solutions when there's already a clear text. I am sure that in terms of communication it might be better to look for other terms, but if there are no objections, I think that we should use the complete title of the treaty. If there are no objections, that would not appear to be the case. So we can, please, if you could help me. I cannot see from here which country has requested to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we have a little bit of procedural guidance? Are you opening up now debate on the whole presidential paper, or are you specifically asking at this stage for reaction to the name of the conference?
In questo momento.
At this stage, it's just the name that we are discussing. So we're just listing the key points. And then, of course, there will be the possibility to make comments on the document as a whole. The idea being that we want to make sure that everybody has enough time to examine the document and those points on which there already have been proposals for amendments or contributions. So this is work in progress. We're working on this together.
Thank you very much. It would help if you could make clear that when I should make a substantive contribution on the name, because it is objectionable to the United Kingdom delegation. I want to know whether I do it now or whether you want me to do it later.
If it is an observation that you have on this point, please go ahead. You have the possibility of doing so now.
We read out the full name that is proposed. It's the conference should be named Interparliamentary Conference on Stability, Coordination and Governance in the Economic and Monetary Union after the treaty establishing it. I mean, the difficulty that we have with that, and it is a major difficulty, is that it becomes an exclusive title. It is not inclusive of all the member states of the EU. It relates specifically to those member states who are members of the Economic and Monetary Union. That would throw in doubt the legitimate locus of those other member states who are not members of the Economic and Monetary Union. I think any confusion and any dubiety can be easily removed by removing the words Economic and Monetary Union and replacing them quite simply with the words European Union.
On this point, may I say that as far as the Troika is concerned, we reached consensus, but if the conference is unable to reach a consensus on this point, we could certainly go back to this. But we understand that as far as this point is concerned, with the exception of the UK, there would appear to be more or less unanimous consensus on this. Mr. Schulz, would you like to take the floor?
Es tut mir leid, dass ich mich dazu noch einmal zu Wort melde.
So I have to speak to this point. I believed that we had reached an agreement here, because several times in several discussions we already debated this point. Nicosia was the last time. The idea is that the conference exists on the basis of Article 13 of the Treaty on Stability, Coordination and Governance. Now, I have to say to my dear colleague that I understand what he's saying, but not all members of the European Union are members of the Fiscal Treaty. I'd love to change that, but it's not for me to change this. My colleague can make a far better contribution towards changing the state of affairs than myself. But as long as not all members of the EU are members of the Fiscal Compact, we have to focus on Article 13 of the Fiscal Compact, and that is what we are doing with this wording.
Swedish colleague has requested for the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. Sweden, not being part of the Eurozone and not being a country with that currency, concurs with the opinion given by the UK delegation. I think it should be amended and be as it was before. Thank you very much.
If there are no further remarks, please, the Netherlands and then France.
Thank you, Mr. President. I concur with the opinion given by Mr. Schulz, because the Article 13 is, and it's the very objective of the Fiscal Compact Treaty, as its name suggests, is to strengthen economic and monetary union through a framework of rules aimed at improving budgetary discipline, and that's the purpose of the whole article, and that means changing the wording of this treaty. So I think we are in agreement with Mr. Schulz. So we can't change it, the name of it, right now.
Presidente Bartolone.
Mr. Bartolone. Thank you very much. I would like to speak also on behalf of Mr. Di Bartolomeo, and I agree with Mr. Schulz's remarks. Since Cyprus, we have tried to hold this meeting and interpret the scope of Article 13. This compromise solution is striving to achieve precisely this objective, and I'll put this diplomatically. It is our aim to try and use Article 13 to strengthen, let's say, the European Union's policy making and not to slide back, and I think this is something we should bear in mind. We take note of your positions, and we also take note of the decisions reached in Nicosia. This is an objective element. We cannot but make reference to Article 13 of the treaty as it is denominated. Poland?
Presidente, prego.
Over to you.
Jeżeli chodzi o polskie stanowisko, to
with regard to Poland, we are in agreement with the United Kingdom. In other words, we would like the conference to be titled with reference to all countries, not just the members of the Monetary Union. Thank you. Lithuania.
Chiesto di intervenire.
Does Lithuania wish to take the floor?
Sì, sì. Ha la parola.
Over to you.
Thank you very much. I am very well aware of how complex the situation and discussion is, but I'd like to draw your attention that here we have the Conference of Speakers of EU Parliaments. Therefore, we have to strike the compromise. I am convinced that the formulation of the title in Vilnius was very well debated. I therefore suggest to come back to the title that was offered by the Vilnius, that is the Conference on Economic and Financial Governance. I would disagree with the opinion of Mr. Schulz, because if we have this particular title of the conference, we will be able to solve all the discussions.
If there are no further requests for the I will simply take note of the various positions expressed. We are aware of the different that have been voiced, but we could find a common solution. In other words, perhaps we could just make reference to Article 13 of the treaty. The content would remain unchanged. One could say simply the conference under Article 13 of the treaty. If you have no perhaps we could proceed as I have just suggested. Very well. Now, moving on to place of the meetings. The consensus position that has emerged is for a flexible and open formula. A proposal was made requesting that the conference take place to the submission of the reports on growth and the adoption on the part of the European institutions of proposals submitted by national on reform, so as to make sure that the position of national parliaments is duly taken into consideration. If there is no request for the floor, we can proceed. Let's move on to the composition of the delegations. We agree that we have to respect the mandate Nicosia, which means that each national parliament is free to establish the composition, the number of its delegation, number of members of its delegation, and I think that there is no objection on this. Let us move on. The possibility of having a presidential troika that would be formed by the presidency, the preceding presidency, and the following presidency, and the European Parliament, with the aim of ensuring continuity of the conference. There is substantial consensus on this, and therefore, in order to guarantee continuity of our action, I think we could take this principle as acquired. So I think we could say that there is consensus on this point. Very well. Let us now move on. With regard to the competences and scope of the conference, the Troika has seen an agreement on the draft submitted by the presidency with special reference to the social dimension. If there are no objections, this would be confirmed. I see there are no objections on this point. Let's move on to decision-making procedures in the conference. Within interparliamentary cooperation, consensus is the common practice, and therefore this would apply also to sectoral conferences that we are called upon to examine in terms of regulatory modification, i.e. the CFSP, CSDP conference, and if there are no objections, we would apply this also to the conference under Article 13, bearing in mind that there was also the need expressed to adopt presidency conclusions. So I would like to invite my colleagues to speak to this point. If there are any objections, please do express them. I would like to remind you that the conclusions adopted are not binding, and the conference itself has the mandate of establishing the very nature of these conclusions after further reflections. And the idea is that if we have presidency conclusions that are non-binding, this would also mean that the conference could also envisage different, let's say, solutions. If there are no remarks on this point, I believe that we can move on. And now I would like to invite you to make comments on the document in its entirety. Over to you, sir.
Ich stimme dem Vorschlag ausdrücklich zu, dass die
I agree with the proposal that the acting presidency should have the opportunity to draw up and to publish non-binding conclusions on the conference. However, I would like to point out that I see no alternative procedures, particularly not as, for very good reasons, we decided that this conference, as far as the composition of its delegations is concerned, that this conference would be open. In other words, we don't want to have votes here, and we don't want to have to count how many participants from Cyprus, Malta, France, and the Netherlands, for instance, are allowed to participate in a vote. No, we want an open dialogue, and that's why it makes sense for the acting presidency to summarize the discussions at the conference, and that this can then be sent to the European Commission, which can take note of what has been debated. And that is why we should stick to the wording that has been proposed.
Bene, d'accordo.
Very well. So if there are no further comments, President Schulz.
I think Mr. Lammert is absolutely right. I would like to recall what we have just seen. What we just saw was that various speakers interpreted certain facts in different ways. And this is something that cannot be put to a vote. It is not possible for us as parliaments at an international level to have votes and to compete basically in votes. And that is why a consensus is the basic condition here. And I believe this should also be the case for committees, for sectoral committees. Just imagine the colleagues of the Polish Parliament, for instance, just to take you as an example. You had a position here, which is a good and honorable position, and then we have a vote, and you lose. And then you go back to Warsaw, and you have to explain to your colleagues why you lost the vote. No, that's just not possible. And that is why a consensus is the basic condition for a constructive cooperation here amongst ourselves. And I think it is very important for the presidency, and in your case that's two people, the President of the Senate and the President of the Chamber of Deputies. The presidency can publish non-binding conclusions. Non-binding, by the way, means that one of us can say, yes, those are the presidency conclusions, but I differ. And I think that's the best thing to do. That's the best way of proceeding. And I can say on behalf of the European Parliament that we agree with this wording.
Very well. Are there further requests for the floor? Yes?
Malta, prego.
Malta.
Thank you. I'm the President of Malta. I concur with the argument just put forward by Martin Schulz completely. Thank you very much.
Bene, grazie.
Thank you. If there are no further requests for the floor, I believe that the guidelines on which we've found an agreement are a major step forward, which we will be able to deliver to the conference at the next meeting of the conference. I would like to thank everybody for their input and contribution in achieving this step forward. I'm sorry, there's another request for the floor which I missed. The UK.
Prego.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do have another issue, which may cause us to pause for a moment. We notice that there is the phrase, the speakers discussed the review conducted by the conference for the CSDP regarding its functioning and ratified of the revised rules of procedure and best practice document. Mr. President, we are of the opinion that it is not the business of this conference to ratify or adopt rules of procedure for any other conference. It is a matter for those other conferences to adopt their rules of procedure.
Comunque, su questo punto...
On this point, a consensus had been established on the ratification, and there was a consensus on the CFSP conference. There was a consensus, so we'll see whether there's any dissent on with regard to what was approved, because the revision of the conference of the rules for the CFSP and CSDP had been established according. We simply had to ratify it. Sweden is asking for the floor. Please, you have the floor.
Grazie, Mr. President. Yes, this is also a case where we have the same opinion as the UK delegation. And I have to say that I find this a bit strange because, in my opinion, this is contrary to the opinion which we stated yesterday. And I think that we should only limit ourselves to discussions and not ratifications in this setting. And I think when I look out in this assembly, that I see a couple of heads nodding. So I think that we should pause here for a minute, Mr. President, and reconsider. Thank you.
Prego, sono...
Yes, President Lammert.
I believe that there is a solution to this problem if we show the necessary goodwill. The wording that has been mentioned here is meant to make clear that we, as the Speakers' Conference, deal with the issue, with the question whether parliamentary conferences that we have set up perform the responsibilities for which we created them. But I think it is exaggerated if that were to mean that we were now to ratify. And terminologically, this sounds like an international treaty. So no, we shouldn't ratify. If we said something like, take note of, I think that would be quite sufficient. Because if we had objections, substantive objections, we would formulate them. And that would mean we would neither ratify, nor would we simply take note. So let us just write, take note of, and I think everything would be okay.
Sono altri interventi, prego.
Are there further requests? Yes, please.
Olanda.
The Netherlands.
I agree with the words of Mr. Lammert. We should not ratify. That's not a position of this conference. The specific conferences draft their own rules of procedure, and they are the masters of those rules of procedure. And it should not be the case that we allow them at a certain moment, we do allow them or not allow them to change these rules of procedure. So I think that we take note of the rules of procedure. That is the exact wording we should use. Thank you.
Poland, prego.
Poland.
Ja miałem takie same obiekcje.
I have had the same objections as Mr. Lammert. Ratification is a legal term, so if taking note is a better wording, I am fully supportive of that better wording of taking note.
Va bene, allora io penso che sulla Lituania, prego.
Lithuania. Okay. Oh, we got the...
Thank you very much. We do agree that the word ratification is not a suitable one. We do agree with the German position. We do agree that the word needs to be changed. The word ratification needs to be changed.
Greece, please.
Thank you. I think we could very easily adopt, because taking notes is very, very supple, and ratification may also have another dimension, but adoption, I think, is a word we could use and which is already used in our text.
Chairman, I don't have any great hang-up on this issue, but I think we should recognise that what we're being asked to do here is to confirm or ratify or agree with a decision taken by a group of chairpersons of finance committees. This is not us. So whether you use ratify, agree with, or whatever, you know, what difference does it make? We're splitting hairs here about something that really isn't of that grave importance, in my opinion. But, you know, I go along with it. I'm not going to hold up anything, but, you know, let's be realistic here. If you're to examine every single word, we're speakers of parliaments. If the chairpersons of finance committees in our parliaments agreed to something, well then if we ratify what they agreed, or we disagree with it. But, you know, if you want to agree with the decision, let's not divide on it. Thank you.
Certo. Presidente Schulz, prego.
Yes, President Schulz, please.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Colleagues, from time to time, we have to make the effort to read what is actually our responsibility. This conference has been convened with certain responsibilities, and I would like to read out to you one of our responsibilities in English.
Parliamentary cooperation in the European Union is performed within the following framework. Punkt A. Conference of Speakers of the European Union Parliaments. That's this body here. This conference gathers speakers of the parliaments of the EU member states and the President of the European Parliament. The conference shall oversee the coordination of interparliamentary EU activities. Our role is to coordinate what all the sectorial assemblies do, like CFSP, CFSD. What they have decided has to coordinate it here. So you can say we take note. But they adopt rules of procedures for their sectorial body, but the frame in which they act is our conference. So I will not fight for it. We can say takes note. But then, Norbert, we reduce our own importance, our own role. Therefore, I agree with our Greek colleague. We adopt it. The other way around, if we would not adopt it, it is not adopted, because they have no right to provide themselves with own rules. So therefore, you should at the end read the text on which we are acting here. Thank you very much.
Are there further requests for the floor? Czech Republic.
Well, I have to join those who do not agree with the word ratification, and according to my opinion, the opinion of the Czech Parliament, to take note is the acceptable wording that we could accept.
Sono altre richieste?
Are there further requests for the floor? Denmark.
I totally support the German position.
Allora, se non ci sono...
So if there are no further requests for the floor, instead of the term ratify, we can say that we've reached a full consensus on the principles of the regulations of the rules of the CSDP rules. No major issues have emerged, and we can say that we all agree in adopting the text of the rules, which has been provided to us by the CFSP-CSDP conference. I think that is the consensus which has emerged. I don't think that we need to have a long discussion of the terms used. I think the important thing is that there is a consensus on the rules which have been provided to us. Poland.
Presidente della Polonia.
Maybe my understanding was wrong. Do you suggest using the word ratification? But please mind, most people are against that term ratification.
So we will adopt, not ratify. We're going to use the term adopt. The important thing is that from this chamber we have a general consensus and that there is no dissent. So adopt. Sweden. The Netherlands.
I thought we were in agreement that we would take note, not use the word ratify, not use the word adopt, because we must be aware of the fact that this Conference of Speakers is, in some countries, member states, the position of the speakers is different than in other member states. As an example, in the Netherlands, the speakers hold a neutral position. So I'm not the one, and we are not the ones who are going to say that we are going to adopt the rules of procedure, but we take note of the rules of procedures because the members of the specific conferences are not puppets on a string by the speakers.
Sweden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be very brief. I think that my colleagues from the Netherlands summed it up very eloquently, and I agree fully with what she said. Thank you.
Prego, Irlanda.
Ireland.
Microfono, prego.
The microphone, please.
Could I suggest that we consider using the word confirm the position?
Questo era il testo del...
Repubblica Ceca, prego.
Czech Republic.
Well, at this moment in time, we're starting to circle around, but if I have noted correctly, the majority of the speakers has expressed their intention to have the word to acknowledge, to take note. So I would actually support that, to take note. And if you would have the indicative vote, you would actually see the number of name tags that would be up in favor of the expression to take note.
Could we say confirm the text of the rules in the sense that there's no dissent, there's no disagreement? There is an agreement. Now, I think differences between taking note and adopting is not too important. The fact is that we need a verb which in all our languages shows that there's no dissent, there's no disagreement with this text. And perhaps we could say confirmed by this conference. I think that confirmed would express the lack of dissent. It is a formal issue, but I think that it should be clear that there's no disagreement. So confirm, you don't accept confirm?
Presidenti.
I'm sorry to say, but the word confirm is not acceptable to us. To take note is a very neutral wording for this, what we want to achieve. And I've got a legal background. And as a lawyer, you know that the wording is important. And I think to take note sums it up perfectly. And all the other wording is, in our opinion of the Dutch delegation, not acceptable.
Polonia, prego.
Poland.
Popieramy jednoznacznie stanowisko wyrażone.
We agree to the position, to the Dutch position, without ambiguity.
Allora,
So would we all agree with take note then? Take note of? We have a general agreement on that? Greece?
I'm sorry, but I think these are two very, very different approaches, and we should. I would really need more information on the part of those who suggest that we say take note on what this taking note would mean. Because if I correctly follow the argumentation, then taking note would mean nothing. And I would say that, at least for Greece, the approach is that there should be a say of the conference on the rules. Not just a decorative role for us.
allora,
So, in order to reach a consensus, could we say that with regard to the text of the rules of procedure given to us by CFSP and CSDP conference, no disagreement, no objections were raised? Can we say something which just shows that there's agreement? The wording is something formal, but if we can find something which just says that we agree. Romania.
prego.
Poi Portogallo.
Portogallo, prego, chiesto di intervenire.
We propose maybe in the line of possible consensus to take the word that is in the Stockholm guidelines. We do not have any danger to take the same words, taking the word oversee or oversaw in this case. Because we have a problem here of the nature of our function as speakers, comparing them with the relation of forces within our parliaments, which are represented in this conference we are dealing with. So, as many other speakers told before me, we have three problems here. The first, we deal with a politics that is not precisely a union politics. It is a politics that is fragmented in the states. So the conference needs the relation of forces, of the plurality of the governments which are there represented. We as speakers
we have, I should say, symbolic presence with a performative effect. Nevertheless, we cannot overpass the relation of forces which is represented in the conference. So what I think is that in the sense of legitimacy of the background of things, we should take this neutral perspective that I think was quite cared in the Stockholm Guidelines. Oversee. It is not to control, it is not to confirm, it is not the bureaucratic semantic of taking note. That is our proposal. Thank you.
So at this point, setting aside the formulas for a minute, we do agree on the fact that the procedure for the review of the rules is over and we cannot reopen a discussion. So in other words, the revision has been completed. Is there consensus on this? So we agree that the process of revision of the rules of procedure of the conference for the CFSP and the CSDP has been completed. We can conclude because that is the whole purpose of our conference. So I am confident that we could end this part of our discussion on this point, and we have to now move on to the next item. I would like to inform all of my colleagues that we are circulating a statement on rescue at sea. This is a declaration that has been submitted to the heads of delegations. So please take some time to examine this declaration and let us know if there are any proposed amendments to the draft declaration. The Czech Republic has the floor.
Well, just one remark. You said we have reached a consensus, but if the word ratify or confirms or agrees, the Czech party will not sign this, because our opinion is the majority opinion. So to take note, I'm actually returning to the previous point, but I think we agreed on take note. Thank you.
Perhaps I wasn't clear. We are not going to use the term to ratify. We have suggested that we simply say that the procedure has been completed and that there will be no further discussions on the text of the rules of procedure that we have received. As to the declaration, perhaps we need to beg your pardon. We have noted that the Dutch delegation has requested for the floor. Is that the case? Or am I mistaken?
Are we speaking on the declaration at this moment? Or is it still the rules of procedure thing?
No, siamo sulla richiesta.
Well, we're actually still on the previous point. Indeed. We're still on Article 13. So, did you want to add anything on that particular point? No.
So, thank you very much.
Quindi questi interventi che sono stati...
So, we just received this sheet indicating that there were some requests for the floor, but I believe that concerned the previous point. Does the Lithuanian delegation wish to take the floor? Do you want to make a comment on the document in general?
Thank you very much. I would be very grateful if we come to a consensus regarding the Article 13 Conference Rules of Procedures. As Speaker of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, an institution where the decision to organize an inaugural meeting of the conference was made, I commend the colleagues that the conference will finally be able to actually start its work and adopt its final decisions, which reflect the opinions of national parliaments on these crucial matters. Thank you very much.
Are there any other requests for the floor? Are there any other remarks on Article 13? I have been handed a sheet, but I believe that all the names on the sheet actually have already taken the floor. So if I'm not mistaken, we can end our debate on this item here. Since there is some time, we can now move on to the following session, if you will, i.e. strengthening political dialogue. So let us move on to our final session on strengthening political dialogue. And I would like to point out that the subject of strengthening political dialogue is something I believe is hugely important. Before we actually open the session, I would like to thank you all for your contributions, for your availability to engage with others in a spirit of collaboration and fruitful exchange. This speaks volumes about the value of such a conference that can certainly be the driving force of interparliamentary cooperation. As we have repeatedly said for the first time ever, the European Union is called upon to address two fundamental issues that are of the essence for its very existence and certainly for its future. On the one hand, we have to deal with the lack of trust that European citizens have vis-à-vis European institutions. At times, this takes a form of skepticism and aversion. On the other hand, we have to deal with democratic deficit, which has arisen at a time in which, as I said, the delegation of authority goes hand in hand with expressions of mistrust. We know that we have attempted to bring forward an agenda for our citizens. The European Commission under Manuel Barroso indicated its intention to ensure that all legislative proposals and all background documents would be submitted to national parliaments, which would then be asked to express their opinions so as to improve the EU policy-making process. If we look at our track record, I think we can claim that political dialogue has evolved successfully, engaging the Commission, Parliament, the European institutions on the one hand, and national parliaments on the other. We know that national parliaments submit to the institutions on average 600 contributions with respect to draft legislation, and we know that only 15% is in the form of early warning opinions, i.e. subsidiarity check system. And I'm confident that much more can be achieved along these lines. Our fifth session, therefore, will deal with the topic, i.e., how to further strengthen political dialogue. And to this end, we have the pleasure of hearing from Loreta Grausnien, Speaker of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, who will be delivering a keynote speech on this topic.
Thank you, President Baldrini, President Grasso, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, let me thank the Italian Parliament for giving me an opportunity to address you, my dear colleagues. Let me share my thoughts on political dialogue with you, the initiative that was launched by the then President of the European Commission, José Manuel Barroso, almost a decade ago, and to elaborate on its future. We all know that the Barroso initiative was introduced in September 2006. This was a time when the period of reflection was launched in the aftermath of the failure to conclude the ratification process of the Constitutional Treaty. Efforts were made to look for informal alternative ways of engaging EU national parliaments in the process of shaping EU policy. The prime motive behind the Commission's initiative was to enhance the parliamentary and democratic dimension of the Union. That was the plan. There is no doubt that much progress has been made in the framework of political dialogue. National parliaments have increasingly been making use of the possibilities it offers. But the question is whether the political dialogue is on the right track. When assessing the political dialogue, one can sometimes see differences in how the process is understood by the European Commission and national parliaments. Sometimes one gets an impression that the Commission regards the political dialogue as an instrument for clarifying its proposals to national parliaments, for corresponding to questions raised or concerns expressed by them on any aspects of the Commission's proposal. On their part, national parliaments often expect their views to be taken into account when the substance of a legislative proposal is amended. We receive little information as to whether the European Commission takes good note of contributions from national parliaments. The Commission's annual reports on relations with national parliaments lack information about a real impact that national parliaments' opinions have on legislative initiatives from the European Commission. The Commission's annual reports are restricted to statistical data about the number of opinions received from national parliaments and its dynamics. The reports lack summaries of the key aspects of the opinions and do not reveal whether those opinions have been taken into account, and if so, which opinions, from which national parliaments, and in what specific ways they have been made use of. The political dialogue might become more meaningful if national parliaments could see their tangible contribution towards improving the substance of Commission's initiatives. Following the entry into force of the Treaty of Lisbon on the 1st of December 2009, we believed that the situation would change substantially. It was the first time in the history of the EU that the role of national parliaments was clearly defined not only in the protocols annexed to the treaty, but in the body of the treaty too. National parliaments gained not only a right, but also a duty to contribute actively to the good functioning of the Union. Honourable colleagues, you know only too well that we can do a great deal if we, national parliaments, the European Parliament, and the European Commission are consistent and persistent in our joint work. While recovering from the economic crisis today, we must come up with and suggest ways to generate more jobs, to promote economic growth of European countries, to safeguard financial stability in Europe, to improve Europe's competitiveness, and to restore public confidence in the European project. As the geopolitical situation remains complex, we must also pay particular attention to the collective security of our countries, respect for human rights in conflict zones, by implementing programs aimed at reducing poverty. We therefore sincerely welcome the determination of the new Commission led by Jean-Claude Juncker to establish a new partnership with national parliaments. It is essential to translate this determination into real action, the success of which is measured in tangible results. Only then we will see a true leap forward. National parliaments want and have to be heard today. The political dialogue held so far between individual national parliaments and the European Commission is insufficient. The political dialogue must be strengthened and developed. We have to look for new instruments to promote greater involvement of national parliaments into the decision-making process of the EU. I am convinced that all of this can indeed be done by using the provisions of the existing treaties. Esteemed colleagues, in the light of what has been said, I suggest that we develop the political dialogue along two lines. First, developing a multilateral political dialogue between national parliaments and the Commission. Second, developing a political dialogue similar to the Barroso Initiative between national parliaments and the European Parliament. For me, a multilateral political dialogue represents a collective political dialogue between national parliaments and the Commission. Having taken the helm of the interparliamentary cooperation in the EU for the first time in the second semester of 2013, the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania chose an active and ambitious program for its presidency. One of the novelties which we proposed and which, thanks to all of us, was successfully used during the Lithuanian presidency were conclusions adopted at the meetings of the chairpersons of parliamentary committees. The conclusions adopted by consensus were sent to the European Commission, the European Parliament and the Council. Dear colleagues, the vast majority of you have already faced the presidency challenge. The board of the Seimas adopted a final decision on the events to be held by sectoral committees, having taken note of the purposes of the events, the relevance of topics to the EU, and the priorities of the Lithuanian presidency. The board stressed that presidency events had to generate a tangible, added and practical value, the effect of which could be understood and felt by European citizens. We believe that the conclusions of the events in the framework of the parliamentary dimension of the presidency of the Council of EU are an expression of a collective opinion of national parliaments in their specific areas of activity. This collective opinion may become a crucial lever when making decisions on not only the ways to shape EU policy, but also on legislative initiatives of the European Commission. Therefore, it is particularly important to ensure that before this opinion becomes a collective voice of national parliaments, it is fully discussed in a parliamentary event with direct participation of members of the European Commission and rapporteurs from the European Parliament. Moreover, this opinion should be laid down on paper. Openness and transparency are key to the hearts of European citizens, our voters. This helps excite public interest in parliamentary activities. This might at least partly ensure high turnout at the European elections and to tame Euroscepticism vis-à-vis the European Union. Well, I happen to hear some politicians taking part in the presidency events in Vilnius say that he or she is not mandated to represent the official position of his or her parliament and thus cannot take part in the decision-making procedure. Let me stress that such final documents cannot restrict national parliaments and predetermine their positions. These documents should have a similar status to that of COSAC contributions or the conclusions of the Interparliamentary Conference for the Common Foreign and Security Policy and the Common Security and Defence Policy. Of course, it is not easy to prepare a draft document of this type and reconcile it with all partners. We have already experienced this in the Seimas. However, let me assure you that it is possible. Moreover, I am convinced that this is absolutely necessary. It is high time we raise the bar of the parliamentary dimension events. Adoption of the final document could start a new and more qualitative phase of interparliamentary cooperation. Honourable colleagues, the so-called green card mechanism could contribute to the development of a collective political dialogue. In this context, I would like to express my gratitude to the House of Lords for their discussion paper on the green card and the Dutch House of Representatives for their co-hosting of an informal interparliamentary meeting on this innovation in Brussels in January of this year, which has definitely prompted a wider debate. We welcome the proposal to test the green card mechanism in practice. COSAC could be a suitable format to do so. If I may recall, the subsidiarity check mechanism to be carried out by national parliaments was also on trial in the beginning, but it fully proved to be a useful tool eventually. The Danish Folketing came up with a noteworthy initiative of submitting a proposal to the European Commission on the establishment of the European Business Forum by applying the green card procedure. I hope we will soon see more initiatives similar to the discussion paper laid by Lord Boswell. On the 18th of March 2015, the Committee on European Affairs of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania considered the said discussion paper. The committee approved of the initiative to enhance the political dialogue by establishing the green card mechanism. By applying the green card procedure, the Commission would be encouraged to take on new legislative initiatives and amend or repeal existing legislature, including delegated or implementing acts. The committee also noted that the green card mechanism should be built on the basis of political dialogue, that is, without amending any EU treaties. National parliaments do not seek to compete with the Commission in the area of legislation. The purpose of national parliaments having the possibility to submit their own proposals is to help the Commission respond as best as possible to the expectations and interests of EU citizens, whose will is expressed through their elected representatives. This kind of support from national parliaments would be even more effective if the proposals reach the Commission at an earlier stage. Taking this opportunity, I would like to thank the Saeima of the Republic of Latvia as the Presidency Parliament for its decision to include the item titled Green Card towards an enhanced political dialogue into the agenda of the COSAC plenary meeting that will take place in Riga this June. We will be looking forward to the results of the debates at the COSAC meeting. On the other hand, the political dialogue should be enhanced by improving the existing means. First of all, we can commend the recommendations to the European Commission as... Ladies and gentlemen, my second proposal on ways to strengthen the political dialogue is the political dialogue between national parliaments and the European Parliament. One of the possible forms of this type of dialogue could be the participation of rapporteurs from the European Parliament in the meetings of chairpersons of sectoral committees organized by the Presidency Parliament. For instance, a member of the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development of the European Parliament, working on a relevant report, could be invited to the meeting of the chairpersons of the Committees on Agriculture to deliver a presentation on a subject of the agenda. Once the final document is agreed, it could then be made available to the public and forwarded to the respective national and EU institutions. Subsequently, the chairpersons could initiate parliamentary debates on the basis of this document. One more proposal which has been implemented in the Seima since the very beginning of Lithuania's membership of the EU in 2004 is regular and active participation of the members of the European Parliament elected in their respective member states in the meetings of the European Affairs Committees of their national parliaments and their right to have the floor there. Ladies and gentlemen, a good example of cooperation between the European Parliament and national parliament should become the ratification of the association agreements of Ukraine, Moldova and Georgia until the summit in Riga. I therefore call on the parliaments that have not yet taken the decision to do so, to do that as soon as possible. By demonstration of unity on this issue, we could show our European Parliament and national parliaments' ability to take a uniform and united decision. I am certain that you, dear colleagues, have more constructive proposals and ideas on ways to enhance the political dialogue, and I am looking forward to hearing them in the debate of this session. Thank you very much.
A request for the floor from the President of the Sabor of Croatia, Josip Leko. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Speaker, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen. At the beginning, allow me to extend my gratitude to our Italian colleagues for having organized this conference, and to my Lithuanian colleague, Mrs. Graužniane, for her interesting opening remarks. Dear colleagues, these are only emphasizes. As speakers of parliament, we have to jointly explore the possibilities for making concrete proposals so as to further strengthen the role of national parliaments, particularly in European affairs. We welcome the stated intention of the European Commission's President, Mr. Juncker, and Vice President, Mr. Timmermans, to enhance the Commission's relations with national parliaments. We also welcome the initiative of the President of the European Parliament, Mr. Martin Schulz. The Croatian Parliament truly is engaged in the political dialogue with the Commission. The Croatian Parliament commends the European Commission's policy to strengthen the dialogue with national parliaments. This year, we have had several meetings with members of the new Commission. These contacts should be as frequent as possible. However, in our opinion, these dialogues should not be reduced to the mere briefing of national parliaments, but should rather serve as a platform for a genuine exchange of views during the democratic process of creating European policies. I would like to comment on the proposal that recently came from our colleagues from the Irish Parliament. The format of the meetings as proposed by our Irish colleagues would be particularly useful for presenting the European Commission's work programme for the coming year. I agree that such an approach would allow to all national parliaments to simultaneously conduct a dialogue with representatives of the European Commission on some key issues at an early stage. Also, the mechanism of the green card, as potentially the most important tool, could significantly strengthen the constructive contributions by national parliaments in the European decision-making process. I hope that the upcoming debate in the COSAC on the matter will contribute to the clarification of all the aspects for the further development of this idea. I believe that this idea has great potential for improving the democratic role of national parliaments, not only in the implementation of EU policies, but also in their formulation. No matter which of these proposed mechanisms takes hold in practice, national parliaments should seize as much as possible every opportunity for holding public debates with members of the European Commission in the consideration of new initiatives at an early stage. Also, we should perhaps better focus on the implementation of existing legislation and on monitoring its effects so that we can take part in correcting certain policies of the European Union. Allow me also to say a few words about the relationship with the European Parliament. I am confident that we all agree that the role of the European Parliament and that of national parliaments should be complementary, not competitive. We should therefore continue strengthening effective cooperation and information exchange in the forthcoming period. I believe that in the forthcoming period we should also enhance cooperation with individual rapporteurs in the European Parliament who are in charge of the topics of our special interest. In the end, in the democratic systems and democratic societies, political dialogue is a fundamental democratic value, engaging all the subjects in finding the best solutions for overcoming conflicts. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And now we have the President of the Assembly of the former Yugoslavian Republic of Macedonia, Trajko Veljanovski.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the political dialogue inter alia is one of the basic principles which the European Union was created. In the same time, these matters as benefits of the civilization rise on the level of obligatory democratic standards for all states in the world. The Western Balkan, which is undoubtedly part of Europe, rapidly adopts these European civilization benefits. The period when problems were resolved with guns rather than words on the Balkans is part of our dark past. We have chosen to work towards achievement of something which naturally belongs to us, and that is the community of European people and states. Nevertheless, we have to resolve the remaining open issues. We still have affairs burdening us. The idea of united Europe and the example of the Western European states should be our guideline. We also see the results from this good neighborly policy of the Western European states. Prosperity, common interest, trust and peace must fully rule in all states of the Balkan as well. This is our, but also European interest. Dear friends, in the Republic of Macedonia, one of the most appropriate examples for a successful political dialogue is the Ohrid Framework Agreement. This document is a result of the cooperation between the political representatives of the Macedonian, Albanian and Albanian ethnic community, agreed with the assistance of the international community. Its implementation, which is an ongoing process, is also a result of the dialogue, which above all is held in the Assembly. There are more and more of these and similar positive examples of political dialogue, which by rule was held in the institutions and above all in the Assembly. But unfortunately, since June last year, after the finalization of the parliamentary elections, the political dialogue between the parliamentary majority and the opposition is on a minimal level. The parliamentary majority, with the assistance of our European friends, called several times for discussion on all requests and proposals by the opposition, but this dialogue should be inside the parliament, in other words, inside the institutions. In this period, assisted by the mediators from the European Parliament, there are ongoing talks between the two sides, and I believe that the political leaders, both from the governing and the opposition political party, will demonstrate responsibility to the citizens and that the right solution will be found. Ladies and gentlemen, the responsibility for the current political situation in the Republic of Macedonia is majorly in the hands of the domestic political elite. I do not want to be misunderstood, but it is a fact that the years-long blockade of our Euro-Atlantic integration has negative implications on the overall political situation in the Republic of Macedonia. I have to underline that Macedonia, exactly through dialogue, today has highly developed relations with all states from the region, even though there were many open issues between us. Still, as I have said, so far we have difficult time in establishment a dialogue with our southern neighbor. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sincerely convinced that the political dialogue as a virtue and as a mechanism for resolution of all open issues penetrates more and more in the consciousness of the political elites, but also in all social entities that influence the creation of particular policies. We all have to face the new circumstances arising from the development of our interdependence. We have to cooperate even more and build strategies so that democracy and citizens of Europe emerge even stronger from these storms and winds. I believe in our capacity. I believe in the sincerity of our intentions, as I believe in the strength of our wish for even greater cooperation, dialogue and understanding between the citizens of Europe, regardless of our political, ethnic, religious and other differences. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We have a request from the Vice President of the National Assembly of Turkey.
Distinguished colleagues, distinguished participants, this particular session evidently is on the national parliaments of the EU member states and the political dialogue between the EU institutions. As the Deputy Speaker of the Turkish Grand National Assembly, I would like to reiterate the fact that the dialogue between the candidate countries and the EU institutions plays a crucial role in terms of accelerating the reform processes taking place in the candidate countries. I should at this point touch upon the dialogue between Turkey and the European Parliament. We've been holding joint parliamentary commission meetings since 1965 on a regular basis. The most recent meeting was held on March 18-19, 2015 in Ankara. Joint Parliamentary Commission that is expected to contribute to Turkey's EU accession process, unfortunately, is unable to fulfill its liabilities due to political calculations of some member states. Even the composition of the some of the Joint Parliamentary Commission is a clear reflection of that. As a consequence of this attitude, far from being constructive, the current Joint Parliamentary Commission cannot possibly contribute to Turkey's efforts to be in line with the acquis communautaire of the European Union. I believe that the dialogue mechanisms existing between EU and Turkey should be adding concrete contributions to the ongoing reforms in our country. On the other hand, Turkey, who has set EU membership as a strategic preference for herself, is involved in a significant effort to overcome the stagnation in the negotiation process with the European Union. We hope that the EU shall respond to the efforts spent by Turkey, a country that regards itself as a strategic partner for the European Union. Moreover, in the European Parliament, formed by the recent elections of May 2014, 4 different decisions were made against our country. We are deeply sorry to see that the members of the European Parliament do not attach importance to improving dialogue with Turkey and to take our concerns seriously. The European Parliament, especially about the tragic period of the Ottoman Empire, has accepted a decision. And with that decision, unfortunately, it has revealed something really sad. This decision is far from being legal, and it's also not connected to the historical realities. The European Parliament, that is known with its will to block our relations with the European Union, did not only harm our relations with the European Union, but it has also given harm to our relations between Armenians. Since 1978, the European Parliament is misusing this issue, and at this point we can clearly see that the efforts in this direction are not useful for our relations with the European Parliament and also with Armenia. Unfortunately, the European Parliament is insisting on these efforts. This, we believe, is a prejudice, and this is something biased. Turkish and Armenian people do have a joint culture, and this is something which should be addressed in a fair and open manner, and Turkey is ready to deal with that matter in the most fair manner possible, as it did in the past. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you. If there are no further requests for the floor, we can also conclude this session. Recapping what has come out, I think that we should take on board with great interest the proposals expressed by the Lithuanian President and the various initiatives mentioned, including the initiative of Vice President Timmermans of the Commission to discuss proposals with national parliaments, and also recalling the commitment which was taken on directly by President Schulz in the previous Parliament, and I think will be confirmed in this Parliament, that so that the opinions of our parliaments be kept in a special file and made available to the committees, the relevant committees, and to be available first of all to the rapporteur. And so this, I think, it's a very interesting mode of action which we would endorse and promote, and also the position expressed in Rome by Secretary Generale to strengthen dialogue with national parliaments throughout the parliamentary terms, which obviously is not just the just refer to the phase of input on the part of national parliaments into European legislation, but also the adoption of in the phase of adoption of European legislation. So this interaction can be an ongoing consultation, a useful exchange of opinions in the phase of negotiation and also in the phase of implementation of European legislation. I think that this is the new frontier of interparliamentary cooperation, which we all need to look on positively and with hope. President Schulz.
La parola al Presidente Schulz.
Thank you very much, President Grasso. I believe that cooperation between the European Parliament and our colleagues in the national parliaments is very intense. What I see in the European Parliament is that all the time we have colleagues from the national parliaments who are present at our parliament, and we, as MEPs, often travel to the national parliaments. So actually, it is working better than many of us tended to think in recent years. So there are two things I would like to ask of you. Please let us consider the following. In the debates so far, there is one thing that has not become sufficiently visible, something which we in the European Parliament and you in the national parliaments suffer from in an equal way. We adopt laws, but they are executed by executive bodies. In the member states, that is the governments that you scrutinize. But what we see is that the Commission, when executing legislation, EU legislation, in the area of the so-called delegated acts, in other words, when competence is shifted to the Commission, we see that the Commission is increasingly introducing additional rules that have not been debated neither in the European Parliament nor in national parliaments. These things are described as administrative acts, but in actual fact it's legislation. And here we have to find a mechanism, like between the national parliaments, a mechanism for better cooperation between national parliaments and the European Parliament. Let me give you an example. We need to reduce our energy consumption. We all agree on that. Then a specialist group within the Commission says, well, for this reason, we will replace conventional light bulbs with new energy-saving light bulbs. No national parliament has debated this. The European Parliament didn't debate that either. But in my home country, in Germany, it led to an uprising. People thought, well, we're no longer able to use, and we're no longer allowed to use traditional light bulbs. And people felt that they had been sidelined. And that is why I believe we have to talk more about executive oversight, which is your responsibility and our responsibility. This is something we should speak about. And in point 5, which you proposed, under the heading Strengthening the Political Dialogue, the request is that all specific areas for including the national parliaments are included in our reports. And I believe that is not necessary because it's already happening. In recent years, time and again, you have adopted opinions, I receive them and I forward them immediately to the committees and to the rapporteurs. This is something which is already happening, and I believe it's working quite well because our rapporteurs take these opinions from the national parliaments very seriously. If, however, I had to set up a specific section for all reports, for all opinions, then we would slow down European legislation processes considerably because I would have to wait for all 42 parliaments to send us their opinions. That wouldn't work. So please let us continue with the procedure as it stands. And if your parliament, the Lithuanian parliament, for instance, has a rapporteur on the budget, for instance, and he were to write us a letter saying that in the agricultural sector we would like to have this or that change, then we would immediately forward this to the colleagues responsible. And generally, I believe you would also receive a fairly detailed reply. So I would be happy if under point 5 we could maybe focus more strongly on executive oversight and not on specific sections for national parliaments. Thank you very much.
Presidente Schulz,
thank you, President Schulz, for your comments. I had taken note of a procedure which had been, I'd referred to a procedure which you'd adopted and the previous Parliament, which I think is the best way of guaranteeing this direct relationship between relevant committees and national parliaments. So if there are no further comments on this point, Lithuanian President, please.
Well, first of all, let me thank for a very interesting discussion, and perhaps I was misunderstood. My suggestion would be to invite to the parliamentary dimension events rapporteurs from the European Parliament to report on the subject matters of that parliamentary dimension event during the presidency of a particular member state. Because during such events, the representatives from all national parliaments of the EU come to such parliamentary dimension events, and such presentations by rapporteurs from the European Parliament would contribute to the discussions taking place during the parliamentary event. I believe that would be very useful. I would also like to comment on the Turkish speaker's remarks. We definitely appreciate Turkey's efforts to be a part of the European family. But it struck me as odd that as national parliaments we don't contribute to the promotion of the political dialogue between Turkey and the EU. From the Lithuania's part, we are actively engaged in cooperating with Turkey. Our embassy is really active, but perhaps you are right in some part. In any case, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the European Parliament President, Mr. Schulz, for being very active in today's discussion on an active cooperation between national parliaments. As speakers of national parliaments, we are definitely happy to see that the President of the European Parliament himself is very actively engaged in the cooperation with the national parliaments. But I do understand that it is not a very easy task to do to ensure more active cooperation between the European Parliament and national parliaments. The duty for us as speakers of parliaments elected by our voters is to ensure the better social future, the better welfare for our citizens. That's why our discussions should be targeted at the main goal, which is the fulfillment of the mandate that was given to us by our voters, which is ensuring a better welfare for our citizens. So thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you very much. I believe that at this point we can close our debate. And now our officials will need some time to draft the final document with the presidency conclusions. So I would suggest that we take a 15-minute break so that our officials will have enough time to draft the document that we can then discuss. So I suggest that we take a 15-minute break.
Allora, cari colleghi e care colleghe, stiamo cercando di mettere insieme tutti i suggerimenti.
Dear colleagues, we would like to resume our meeting, taking note of the amendments that have been proposed with regard to the presidency conclusions. I would like to invite you to take the text of the presidency conclusions that have been circulated, and I would like to remind you that this is the result of a decision that became necessary on part of the presidency with respect to the proposed amendments. I would like to invite you to go to page 2 of the document entitled Conclusions of the Presidency, and I'm referring to item 3.
Heard different positions. The presidency, the Italian president, agreed to take out the speakers, therefore, point towards the necessity to increase the efforts regarding structural reforms which have shut down in some member states in recent months. So the 3 bis, which have been submitted as an amendment, for us should be taken out. Then, continuing with the text, we go to page 5 of the text. If I am correct, yes. So the agreement which came out during the debate, I'm referring to the point 1 at the end of the page 5, is the speakers welcome the conclusion of the review conducted by the conference. Is that correct? So, welcome the conclusions. We don't say ratify, we don't say adopt, we say welcome the conclusions. Now, if we follow the page 6, so the point is the point A regarding the name of the conference. The wording would be as follows. The conference, following Article 13 of the Treaty on Stability, Coordination and Governance of the Economic and Monetary Union, should be named Interparliamentary Conference on Stability, Economic Coordination and Governments in the European Union after the treaty establishing it. So this is the definition that we wanted to adopt. Then, if we follow the document and we go to page 7, the point 5 of the document, it was reformulated like following. The speakers also look forward to the strengthening of political dialogue between national parliaments and the European Parliament, enhancing the cooperation between the rapporteur of the European Parliament and national parliaments and of national parliaments. So this has been also changed, and I think this is the last point. Yeah. So basically, this is the work of mediation that we have done, and I hope that all president and delegation can agree with this. In any case, these are conclusions of the presidency, as I said. Allora, a questo punto.
Very well. At this point, I don't know whether there are any other comments or remarks? That would not appear to be the case. I see Belgium and Hungary.
Allora, sì, ma non vogliamo informare. Allora, Presidente ungherese,
Hungary.
Köszönöm a szót, elnök asszony. Nem minden kritikus pontra tért ki elnök asszony, amikor az elnökség.
Madam Speaker, there are some critical issues that have not been addressed. And I'm referring to the draft conclusions of the presidency because under item 3, the Hungarian delegation had made reference to this point, submitting an amendment on the continent of fundamental rights. And this was submitted as amendment to the conclusions. The proposal is that we amend the text.
Igen. Az elnökök hangsúlyozzák, hogy a meglévő struktúrák hatékony felhasználására van szükség, és üdvözlik.
In other words, the speakers stress the need to use existing structures in a more effective way, and therefore there has to be a 6-monthly revision to this end. We have submitted a proposal which I'm afraid the presidency has failed to take into account. So we would like to point out that we requested that the first sentence be modified. We understand that there is a need for a compromise, and we would like to suggest the following wording. The speakers recognise the notification published by the European Commission aimed at consolidating the rule of law on the new legal framework, and therefore we suggest that a meeting be held once a year precisely with the aim of taking stock of the state, the rule of law, and if this is being upheld. Frankly, I don't think that we could allow a stronger wording than this. And the reference is made to the treaties. There is no legal foundation, in fact, for a mechanism that would be, let's say, complementary to Article 7. So when we talk about the principle of consensus, Madam Speaker, we have to consider the importance, I think, of respecting the Hungarian position. We cannot go any further than this. Thank you. I don't know whether there are any other requests for the floor on this point and on the possible mediation that you have referred to. We had not considered your proposal because we believed that our wording was more comprehensive, and that consequently the issue of the protection of fundamental rights within member states is very crucial.
When we speak about fundamental rights, and this presidency underlined the importance of fundamental rights also within the member states. I know the Portuguese president asked for the floor. Please, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. It's just that we did not understand the alternative, and we want to underline that a changement in this field causes us a very strong concern. So we want to see what is the alternative, because we are quite surprised with this proposal. We want to know the alternative, because we like what is here, is an evidence in the European Union, is the structure of European Union, is a condition of the income in the European Union, and we do not understand this changement. So we want to know the alternative, and to say that that causes us a very, very strong concern.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much. The Hungarian speaker has the floor.
Yes, distinguished Madam Chair, a moment ago I tried to indicate that we had a stronger amendment, that the Presidency neglected even more than the compromise proposal, which was not informed to you, but I had the opportunity to understand it. So we understood that this is not acceptable. Therefore, now I only read again the alternative, which for us is a basis for discussion. We cannot accept anything more than this. So the text that we support, first sentence of section 3, is the following. I'll try to read it slowly so that the interpretation can be continuous and precise to everyone. So, speakers recognize the conclusions published by the European Commission that aim to strengthen the rule of law and the communication about the new legal frame network, and conclusions of the Council where they undertook that annually a special session will be devoted to assess the status of the rule of law and its observance in the member states. That's all. All other welcomings are things that are not part of the conventions of the EU, and even according to the legal service of the Council, doesn't have a legal basis. So we insist on this opinion that the Council's legal service has actually formulated, and we cannot move away from this.
Yes, I understand what is your suggestion, but you know, the initial text, I think it's quite clear that the speakers acknowledge the need for more robust and tighter procedures to monitor the level of protection afforded to fundamental rights within member states. For us, this kind of wording is it's essential to keep it in the text. Yes, prego.
Elnök asszony, értem, de ha az elnökök...
I understand what is being said, but we have to consider that my position on this is quite clear. We have been talking about the principle of consensus, and therefore, please note that my position is as I have described. Therefore, I cannot allow this formulation, which seems to matter so much to the Italian presidency. So, frankly, we find it impossible to accept this. We have made a suggestion to try and reach a compromise solution, and I'm afraid that we stand by that.
I don't know if there is any other colleague who want to intervene.
Presidente della Romania, prego.
the Speaker of Romania.
President, my dear colleague, I think that the text, how you put it on table as a draft, it's acceptable by all the parts. I don't want to negotiate now words and phrases which are not common to us. I think that we pointed in the last couple of hours what we need to do now, and we need to take action. If we're going to look on each number and each phrase, we're going to cut it and cut it and cut it, and then nothing remain on. So please, let's take that, and I will ask also the President of the Hungarian Parliament to accept that, which is, I think, conclusive for all of us, and it's acceptable for us. Sometimes you must have also some agreements with the other 27 colleagues who sustain that. So please, Mr. Corbett, accept that, because it's nothing to hurt our countries or national minorities. And I think the first phrase, it's covering everything that we work in the last 15 years in the European Union. Of course, we are too young in the last 7 years for us. That's enough. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Speaker of the Lithuanian Parliament.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I definitely agree with the presidency conclusions, and we as politicians must understand that we must find a general strike for a general political dialogue, and the speakers will definitely note that we should not go into details. The wording that has been presented to us, it definitely covers everything, and if we lack any particular word, this is not a means for not agreeing with this document, because it definitely covers the most important issues. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. I don't know whether there are any other requests for the floor. I believe that this was the only amendment received, which goes to say that the other speakers and other colleagues are in agreement. Oh, our Greek colleague has the floor.
I just wanted to clarify that it's obvious that there will be sections with which there might not be a unanimous agreement, but still we recognize the power of the presidency to draw conclusions. And I'm not sure whether it's basically a question on procedure, because I would also see some points where I would like, we would like parts inserted or abolished, but then it is also up to each president to make a comment on the conclusions if they deem there is a big difference there.
Grazie.
Thank you. The United Kingdom has the floor. No? Sorry, I misunderstood. Hungary.
Distinguished colleagues, we wouldn't have any problem with the text if the conclusions of the presidency included it, but the text does not include that. The text includes that the presidency's conclusions the speakers welcome. I, as the Speaker of the Hungarian Parliament, is not welcoming in this point this conclusion, and I cannot accept. I don't have any objections, but then we shouldn't devote any energy into the texting. If the presidency can issue its own conclusion, it's their own private affair, as all parliament speakers have a sovereign right as to what opinion they have about the necessity of procedures deemed robust in relation to the protection of human rights within member states. Everyone can represent a stance what they wish, but if the Conference of the Speakers issues a declaration, then the principle of consensus needs to be adhered to, otherwise it loses sense. And it has been the habit in the previous debate, which actually as regards the content, hasn't been as relevant, but we then move back to the smaller common denominator that can be accepted by everyone, and not trying to pressurize those who have a critical opinion that they should go to a position where they don't want to. So there is another proposal compared to what I said, and it is either we leave out this whole chapter and then all the others are valid, there is a consensus there, or not to accept such a joint declaration. The presidency can submit its conclusions, but they shouldn't refer to us as speakers of national parliaments. We are present, so that the sovereignty of national parliaments in this centralization process, or one of the speakers mentioned this globalizing democracies where they want to dilute our sovereignties. We are against this. My conference, in my understanding, has this meaning, so at least we shouldn't agree to the fact that opinions formulated based on national sovereignty are diluted with something common that we don't agree with one by one.
So, President, I understand your point of view. You don't want to commit yourself to an issue which you don't, a position which you don't agree with. So what we would suggest would be to mention that there is dissent on this point, because the others agree, and we can say that there's a consensus on this, with the exception of the Hungarian president. I don't have any other indications from other countries on this point, and so I think it's right to respect your position, but at the same time I also think it's important to respect the positions of all the others. Yes, please.
Elnök asszony, ez egy szellemes kísérlet volt.
Well, it was an attempt to bring Hungary, and I think there was an attempt to really single Hungary out. Consensus means everybody agrees with the text, or if somebody doesn't agree, in that case there shouldn't be a text. But if you name singly people who don't agree, it's not it's not sure that everybody agrees with that. It might be less important to others, but it is important for us, because in the last 4 years we've seen the bad practice which has been established in these cases with regard to human rights. We are very sensitive to this, because when there's a reference made to any text and without mandate, it is the privilege of new member states to be indicated Croatia, Romania, then Macedonia, and who knows who else, and possibly Greece, so that Madam President can understand what I'm referring to. So what I would like to do is to follow the procedure and to comply with European practices and standards, that there be a declaration on things when everybody agrees on them. Otherwise, you don't have the declaration. So I don't think that you should force people's hand. If you don't agree with the compromise which we've suggested, let us not address this point of contention, and we can refer elsewhere to say that we haven't reached a consensus on the Speakers' Conference here. We had the President of Romania having the floor now.
Madam President, the international procedure and European procedure among national parliaments is that in the page 8 you can write that the Speaker of the Hungarian Parliament have an objection on page 3, the Continental of Fundamental Rights, number 3, and that's all. So we agree that 80%, 95% we support it, but the Speaker of the Hungarian Parliament have an objection, not he's disagreeing, an objection about that particular case, and we finish. Those kind of declarations we always have done, and we always have agreed about that. So it's covering also with the respect of the national parliament in Hungary. And we can go on and you have a final declaration for all 28. So my proposal is to have an objection, not disagreement. It's a much, let's say, correct word on that. But I don't think that for today that is a very important issue. We are facing another one, it's Article 13, a declaration of the national parliament speakers, which is very, very important.
Yes, it seems to me an attempt to bridge the gap, to indicate at the end that there's an objection on the part of the President of the Hungarian Parliament, without specifying this in the text, but as a note at the end. We have the President of the Greek Parliament.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would propose that presidents who find themselves uncomfortable with certain wordings reserve themselves the right to submit a sort of dissent, a dissenting statement. If something is important, we should recognize this right, and then you don't have to say with the objection or with one minority vote or whatever. You can have a dissenting comment on the part of those who feel very strongly about certain statements.
Yes, this could also be a solution in order not to impose a position which is not shared unanimously in Hungary. Madam President, dear President, we're really not getting through to each other, I think. I don't know whether this is voluntary or not. A lack of consensus. Consensus is essential for the working of this conference. And if we consider whether it is worthwhile taking part in a conference of this kind, it is very important. And the influence on our executive bodies is less. It's, I think that it means that we wouldn't be doing the work at home, which may be at the origin of certain problems. But we do come here because we think that the community of national parliaments has a moral weight. So it's a procedural and symbolic matter. So either everybody agrees and there's a position which is approved, but if someone does not agree, that means that there is no position taken. It's not a majority approach. Luckily, we can express our opinion. We've lived in a system where people can't express their opinion. It wasn't democracy. So, in other words, you cannot ignore the fact that a consensus has not been reached. I think that our suggested text was straightforward and is in line with the community regulations. But obviously this is very important for the Italian presidency. Perhaps it's something which is neutral to others, and I apologize for taking up your time. But if this is such importance for the Italian presidency, we can allow that, but the compromise would be not to say anything, because on this platform, the weight of an opinion does not depend on the number of presidents and speakers who are in favour. It's important in our democracy. We have three possibilities: yes, no, and abstention. And here the percentage of adoption is important. You give your name to your vote, but here, up to here, we've expressed opinions based on a consensus. And unlike my Romanian colleague, I don't remember any similar cases previously. Perhaps you could try and remind me, because I can't remember any cases of this kind. I really don't want to take up too much of your time pointlessly. So I do want to say to you for the last time that if there's no compromise on a text, you can't adopt the declaration as a whole. So there are two solutions which are possible. Either you don't have a declaration, or the presidency signs this saying that it's something which is welcomed by all the presidents, because it's not true. And we haven't gone through all the text, because in our parliament all representatives can present amendments to the text we voted, and we haven't made comments on various points in the text. There could be other points where we don't agree, but which we don't find important enough to bring up to jeopardize the consensus. But this is a point which is for us very important, and I don't hope I'll need to speak again, and I really don't want there to be any tactical maneuvers which exclude us from this community.
Allora, adesso è iscritto a parlare.
President Schulz.
Dank, Frau Präsidentin Boldrini.
President Boldrini, I think my colleague, Mr. Curvers, is wrong, and that is why I will try, also because it is my daily work, to briefly describe how we work at the European level. We cannot reach any results if each and everyone is able to block everything with a veto. I had 4 points where my opinion differed from the Polish, Swedish, or British colleagues. Nonetheless, I said, okay, I have to enter into compromises as well. That's why I accept the wording that was suggested. And I did that 4 times. Once an entire country failed because of one veto, you cannot just say, I believe that this is my position and everybody else has a different opinion, and then everything ends up with a standstill. That's not how the European Council worked. There are 28 heads of government, and at the end of the day, Donald Tusk has the task of presenting conclusions, and there will be a presidency conclusion, but it might be possible that one head of government says this is the Council's conclusion, but my government has a different opinion, and then that different opinion is published. That's how accurately Brussels works. And if we come together here, 42 chambers plus the European Parliament, so 43 presidents, say that we only come to conclusions when everybody agrees, then we will never have to meet again, because we will never have a situation where everybody comes to an agreement. But we also cannot have the situation that we have in the Hungarian parliament, namely voting by majority. So if neither unanimously nor with majorities we have to come to an agreement because we are based on consensus, then the only logical conclusion is that the presidency presents conclusions, and those who do not agree with these conclusions can freely publicize that. That's why my suggestion is you draft the presidency conclusions, and Mr. Curver or anybody else who does not agree with this can put it up on the website of their national parliament. That leads to us having a conclusion, and you also have a guaranteed opt-out. I believe this is the best way forward for us.
Thank you very much. Lithuania.
Thank you very much. I do agree with what the European Parliament President, Mr. Schulz, has said. I would just like to draw the attention of the Hungarian speaker. I do agree that your position is very important, but the other speakers of parliaments have already agreed to that position. So apparently it seems that you digress from our common opinion. So for the sake of striking a compromise, I would like to see you coming to an agreement. I don't think that we should strike out that paragraph. I believe that it very comprehensively covers the resolution of this issue, and I believe that it should stay there in the text, because all the other speakers do agree on it. So I would suggest us all moving forward, whereas the Hungarian speaker should take note of Mr. Schulz's suggestion and express the digression of his opinion in written in a separate document.
Allora, Presidente Cover.
Over to you, Mr. Cover.
Elnök asszony, teszek egy ellenjavaslatot Schulz úr javaslatához képest.
Madam Speaker, I would like to make an alternative proposal to what Mr. Schulz has suggested. The Italian presidency should publish its position, and then each of us on our parliamentary webpage could express our view, our opinion. I'm referring to our national parliaments, that is. And I think that would enable us to have a fair approach and indicate how many are in favour, how many are against, and those who abstain. I don't think that one can claim that this is a common declaration unless there is this agreement. I listened to what was said very carefully, but I don't understand exactly what the point is. Really, I don't see why this proposal is considered as ameliorating mine. Obviously, we are not compelled to reach consensus. There is a difference of opinion, and therefore why should one force others to align with a country's position? If this is what the European Union intends to do, of course this is going to make for serious problems if the voters electing national parliaments have the feeling that the opinion of the said parliaments are not respected by the EU. Obviously this is going to be problematic, and this therefore is our feeling. Obviously, we know that there might be a different opinion, and we could discuss about these issues at home. We obviously would need a new mandate. Take the case of the United Kingdom, for instance. We know that there is no mandate with regard to this point, and therefore if we do as I have suggested, we could each send in our comments, our opinions. Why not allow for specific opinions expressed on this point? This is a practical matter which I think should be allowed. I don't see why we cannot express our opinion once we go back home, obviously. Well, I think that we have already said that the conclusions will not be the conference conclusions. We're making it quite clear that these are presidency conclusions. You expressed your dissent on one point. We've taken note of that. No one else has expressed disagreement on the same point. Therefore, we would like to proceed, and then you can suggest which formula should be used in order for your position to be made known. It will be the presidency's duty to ensure that this is indicated as you best think fit. But I think we need to move on, because I believe we have addressed all of the matters you have raised. Your position is not shared by the majority. So at this point, I think that we have to move on. I will give you the floor again, but we have to overcome this deadlock, because obviously we're not suggesting that one can impose a position which is not shared by the majority. I'm afraid this is going to be the last time I'm going to give you the floor.
So, Madam Chair, the text speaks about the speakers of Parliament. Even in this contested issue, speakers acknowledge speakers, not the presidency. So please then, in the wording, your proposal, make this change then. So the presidency acknowledges the presidency, welcomes, but not the speakers then.
Presidente Schulz.
Sorry, did you wish to speak, Mr. Schulz? No, I'm sorry.
Prego, il Presidente della Svezia.
Sweden has the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I think we are moving out of substance, really, and into the area of procedure and of formality. For me, it is obvious, having worked in the context of the Council of the European Union for 8 years as a minister, that if you have a situation where the presidency have presented conclusions to which not all agree, of course you have the right to reserve yourselves, but the actual text remains the presidency's. So for me it is obvious that we should do as both Mr. Schulz and our friends from Lithuania has expressed. I give my full support to you, President, as the Italian presidency of this assembly, to continue with the text as it lies. And I think that this should be the road forward. We have to reach some sort of compromise. The best compromise is to do as we always do, to have a text, and those who disagrees with that text. Full stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Ireland.
Madam President, the Stockholm Guidelines for the Conference of Speakers of EU Parliaments was adopted at the EU Speakers Conference in Stockholm on the 15th of May 2010. And Article 5 of that states, the Presidency is responsible for the preparation of conclusions from the meetings of the conference. The Presidency conclusions should respect the objectives of the conference as stated in Article 2 and reflect the common view of the conference, and should not include statements of a political nature. The Presidency conclusions are not binding on individual parliaments, and I think that should be noted. That's in the Stockholm Guidelines, which were adopted, and Article 5 of those guidelines clearly make it the responsibility of the Presidency, and they are not binding, but they allow for the common view of the conference. And I would suggest that the common view of the conference is what is being presented by our good selves, and with the greatest respect, I think we should move on and note the dissension of Hungary, as provided under the standing orders here.
Thank you very much. I would also like to add some reference to the second part of the article you quoted, which reads that the presidency and each member of the conference can make known the opinions and points of view expressed during the meeting. In so doing, it must be made clear that these opinions were not confirmed or shared by the whole conference. So the article makes provision for this precise situation, i.e. disagreement on the part of some members who then can express their opinion that is not in line with the conclusions of the presidency. So I think we're fully operating within the prerogatives that have been attributed to us and according to the rules. At this point, we need to move on, and if there is a request to include this expression of dissent, we will be obviously prepared to draft such a text that would be added to the text, to the draft. Very well. This is our final point at this juncture. I would move on to conclude, thanking you very much for your participation, thanking you for your contribution and for the lively discussion we have had and for having approved the conclusions of the presidency. So I would like to officially close the conference. I hope to meet you again at the next conference of speakers, which will take place in 2016 in Luxembourg. I wish you a safe journey home. We will now have our group photo. I would like to invite my colleagues to join me up here at the front of the room, and then there is lunch available. We are running late, but lunch is still available for anybody wishing to stop for lunch.